Good time zone artifacts. The happy birthday to all of those around the world. Like, I'm a 10 waiting 10,000 years to wake up the doctor. Time got away from me. But I'm here now. And I don't think there's anything to mention before we get into things. Let's get into things. I know that there were some things I wanted to try and clarify between last stream and this one, but I couldn't find the information I was looking for. I did check the Grinning Valley event, and it does have stuff about the landship, of course, but it wasn't what I was looking for. So I don't know where I heard that. Maybe I made it up. I don't know. It must have been somewhere. I don't know. Quabam. The Grinning Valley just talks about, especially at the end, I maybe mentioned a little bit somewhere in the middle. I can't scroll through the whole thing, but I know at the end it has a thing where we learn that Ray, as a kid, saw the Sarkaz moving the landship through Rimbiliton.
Have you been doing well lately, Doctor?
After it was excavated. That whole thing. But nothing about it being like standard issue. But I swear I saw that somewhere. I don't know where. Interestingly enough, To the Grinning Valley implies that Teresa was there with the landship, but this event, Babel, I guess, well, okay. I guess in Babel we saw Calcit call or write a letter to Teresa saying she found it. I guess that doesn't exclude Teresa then traveling there at some point later on, but we didn't see that happen. But I guess she does at some point. No point of order, I don't think. Oh. Call. Last time, though, boy howdy, did we get some good lore. First, tensions between Babel and Kasdal came to a head, and it was no longer safe for Babel to operate within the city, so they left, along with Teresa, who's not had a falling out with her brother, but it's close enough that they both agreed if they got in each other's way, they would kill each other. So there's that. And part of this exodus from Kasdal is that Calcit was away in Rimbiliton searching for, I guess, what ultimately would have been the location of the Doctor. They were on the landship, but I'm not sure if she was looking specifically for the landship. I guess she was. finds a land ship, confirms that the sarcophagi is on board. Or I guess sarcophagus. There's only one, I suppose. They excavate the land ship, transfer it back secretly out of Rembiliton. We see that stuff in the To the Grinning Valley event. It's been mentioned here and there. It was mentioned a little bit in Babel as well. And then they wake up the doctor. Early, as we find out. Doctor wasn't supposed to be woken up until Originium was no longer on the planet. But it's still here because it's early, and also because Originium has mutated in ways it wasn't intended, presumably becoming an infectious agent. Calcit is worried about waking up the doctor, I think, one, because it was early, and two, because if the doctor didn't like what they saw, maybe they had some means to, I don't know, start over, destroy everything, I'm not sure. But she was definitely worried, but was happy and relieved when the doctor seemingly has chosen hope. And chosen to stay and help. But after waking up, the doctor goes on a trip around the world, visiting the sites, learning about the peoples, saves Amia in Rembiliton, adopts her, decides to cure oropathy for her. Very cute. Then we learned that Teresa has made a breakthrough with Originium, has unassimilated it, has used it to like regrow, or not necessarily regrow, but to grow new life in the wasteland. And to quote the game, opens a new path. A path for self-destruction, apparently. Does not sound great. And that's what happened. Fires of Uprising. Oh, you know what? Also, I should mention, I just remembered. We do learn that Logos, as a teenage, more like a tween, I feel like, but as a young person, is kind of is hanging out invisible, first of all, and moving between Babel and Kazdal to like learn about what's happening and to make a decision for themselves, to help to then make a decision, I guess, for the of where they want to support and where the Banshees are inevitably going to go to. Of course, we know Logos is part of Rhodes Island in the future. What is self-destruction again? I think that's pretty self-evident. Self-destruction. To destroy oneself. What path was self-destruction? Something related to what Teresa showed the doctor. In terms of the flowers she created from Originium. That apparently opens a new path. That's what the game said. The narrator came up on the screen and said, "Oh, a new path is opened, a path that will lead to self-destruction," or something like that. Fires of uprising, some Sarkaz continue to seek a path of peace. Trying to fix Originium is both hopeful and self-destructive. Perhaps. Or the specific way the doctor is going to try and go about it. I don't know. Your Highness Teresis, Regent of Kasdal, Commanding General of the Military Commission. Wandering scholars have brought back tales of a new nomadic city on the rise in the distant desert. The fires of the ancient furnace continue to burn, and the once scattered mercenaries have flocked to one banner, to the city walls that grow taller by the day. Your strength and reputation have caught the attention of the Duke of Cavendish. You have changed the way we view the Sarkaz tribes. Perhaps now is the time to set prejudice aside and engage in sincere sharing and cooperation that would be beneficial to us both. I, the Duke of Cavendish, hereby invite you to visit my demesne, where we may sit and parley. Our venerable empire has use for you and your brave warriors. Yeah, is it Duke of Cavendish who opens the way for the Sarkaz to conquer Londinium? That's crazy. Everyone hates the Duke of Cavendish. Winter 1091. One more time. I have to do this. No point talking about curing oropathy if I can't do something so simple. Yeah. Still no good. Excuse me. Why don't you put that medkit down and leave this stuff to us? All right. Sometime in the gym would do you good, once you've recovered. At present, there is no way for you to match the physical prowess of a Terran through training. Your talents are better employed outside of manual labor. Yep, and there you go, that confirms it. I had hypothesized about this from Lunescent Arrowhead, which really hammered home that Terrans are strong. Stronger than normal people, presumably. So the doctor isn't just weak because they're weak. The doctor's weak because everyone else is just strong. Now counts it strong, though. Is she strong because they made her strong? How does that work? I know. It's just that, I have my pride too. Or maybe she's not strong, because I guess she uses monster. I feel like she's strong, though. I don't know. Maybe she's not, actually. You've looked on edge since that day. I'm thinking about Teresa. Traveling alone in a city under enemy control isn't the most logical course of action for a leader. The warriors with her may be outstanding, but they're not enough to protect her in the face of an entire army. The King of Sarkaz employs unimaginable status in Sarkaz tradition, and Teresa's own achievements are well recognized. Military commission would not act rashly. But Victoria's invitation to Kazdal cannot be taken as a sign of goodwill. It means that Terra's powers have once again set their sights on Kazdal. Teresa needs to go to Kazdal and make it clear that she will not permit Kazdal to become embroiled in another war. Even if I know how the military commission and Babel came into being, in my understanding, the Sarkaz can hardly afford an internal conflict that could drain them of what little resources they have left. They have enough to deal with as it is. They have a complicated history, and that brings different attitudes towards outsiders. Sarkaz people have a right to choose the path they believe is correct, Teresa's or Teresa's. Looks like we've got a lot to deal with besides oropathy. There's a big difference between knowing and understanding, I guess. Looks like there's much I still need to learn about the history of Terra. This time, you'll be the one to guide me, Councit. Of course. All we can do now is make sure that the oropathy patients at Rhodes Island have access to proper treatment. What's going on? An attack now? Word is Her Highness has set out. Listen up, we exalt only Her Highness. Destroy Babel and she will return to the embrace of Kazdal. If we're branded traitor, so be it, but the Regent must not be hindered at this crucial juncture. Kazdal will take back what we have lost. May the Sarkaz be united as Her Highness wills. Guys, Her Highness wills Babel. Sarkaz Market, Kazdal. Her Highness is coming. Her Highness, the one who's still on the run? His or her, it's not your place to talk shit. Ah, say, did you take that job? Wouldn't pass up an opportunity like this if it's the last thing I did. Londinium, that den of scum. They say the columns of the feline palace are covered in gold, and the nobles walk on floors paved with glowing stones. Sarkaz expletive, capital of a great empire, a commission from a Grand Duke. There's gonna be so much money. Yeah, Teresa will love them destroying Babel. It's been a while, Ascalon. It's been so long since you last visited. Why not sit down and catch up for a bit? You're sending mercenaries to Londinium. Now, I must object to that accusation. People just follow the money, and it leads to what the Regent has provided in Londinium. They're dragging Kazdal into another war. Dragging Kazdal into another war? Have you been fooling around with those dreamers at Babel for so long that you've forgotten what it means to be a Sarkaz? Since when have the Sarkaz been apart from war? The giant's hand lunges forward. Ascalon is surprised to find that she cannot avoid his fist. Seeing the future is hard. Seeing through what you will do next, less so. Did you think you were the child of destiny, so special that you could bridge the rift between the siblings? Think back to the day when you saw them for the first time. When you skinned that young mangler and followed the trail of blood through the wilderness until you walked into a storm and met the king of Sarkaz. How did you? How did I know? Are you surprised, Ascalon? I saw the prophecy and led the tribe on the wastes into the storm that day with game. You happened to be the one who lived. No one truly understands prophecy. No one can interfere with the future. But I wanted to catch the tail of fate. I wanted to make prophecy. Teresa's didn't kill you. Instead, he kept you and raised you. Maybe he wanted to tempt fate. But you never changed in all these years. You're still that poor, lost child on the wastes. Have patience, Ascalon. You're not a threat to me yet, and I have higher hopes for you than this. Master said, your blade points at all the enemies of the Sarkaz. Teresis raised you to be a deathmonger, yet you understand less about him than the warmonger like me. Do you think Teresis would be content to be some puppet for these dukes? Spare your breath, if you don't know the full extent of his plan. I'm curious. How would you stand before Teresis if he was sitting in the room behind me right now? You're simply repeating the words of others on behalf of the one behind you. Yeah, he directed her. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, he's a Cyclops, so he can see the future, but he's not. Like, he's making sure the future he wants, I guess, is gonna happen. Although we also know that he's already made his own coffin, so like he knows that, I guess, the future he wants, he also knows the future he's gonna die in. You seem to have put a lot of thought into this war. How many hostiles? Exact numbers unclear. We've detected hostiles both in front and behind us. A lot of them. Whether it was Teresa's intention or not, the other generals of the military commission seem intent to crush Babel while Teresa is absent. That way, the Sarkaz won't have a choice. How many combat personnel do we have? The best soldiers went into negotiations with Their Highness. A good part of the remaining ones have been assigned to supply convoys. We only have less than 1/3 of our normal force. At the very least, we need to break through the roadblock ahead. Counts it. I'll take command. Doctor? If, as you said, this attack was launched by only a few members of the military commission, then they're undoubtedly planning to get this done in one go. We can't let them set the pace. Find out where their lines are thin, disrupt their rhythm, and we'll be safe. Have you fought a war before, Doctor? Not the flesh and blood kind, but I've been trained. I'm able to reconstruct a battlefield as a computable data model. Take the front line, Calcit. I know you'll be able to protect us. Of course. So yeah, we really are an armchair general, huh? I've run the simulations. Welcome to the Scar Market, Your Highness. Things must be busy here lately. No need going against the will of the many, am I right, Your Highness? The voices of few are worth respecting too. Many know nothing of what happens in the lands beyond. Their lives will be turned upside down. They'll be without a home once again. I'm just a humble merchant. My business only stretches so far.
Mercenaries seek to sell their lives. I seek to make money. That's why I always respect the position of my big clients.
Then I'll talk to your biggest client, the one in the room behind you.
Your Highness should go no further.
Since when have you started meddling in the affairs of Kasdal, Scar-Eye?
All the more reason I can't let you go further.
Well, the Confessarius. We haven't seen these guys yet. Please, don't make things difficult for Scar-Eye, Your Highness. You understand there's only one way this can go. If you and the Regent come face to face here. Confessarius. I beg your highness's pardon. Looks like you've made a decision. Is this Teresa's position? It is. He has decided to abandon our city. Not abandoned. Take a step forward. To go on a long expedition away from home, that's all. You've made us stagnant. We want to progress.
The Confessarius is right. I still remember when you and the General Teresis came here for the first time. Even fate itself stepped aside for the two of you when you stood together. But look at the people here now, when Kasdal is divided. You can still command any Sarkaz to your will as their king. You could kill us all who stand here right now. But why not ask them if they're still willing to follow your dream?
The bustling Scar market has lost its usual commotion. Scattered mercenaries stow their weapons and stand with their heads bowed in reverence. In their eyes is silence, but the King of Sarkaz hears the voices of their hearts clearly. Uncertainty, excitement, desire, anger. Most of you have made up your minds, and there's no point for me to try and stop you. One of the Sarkaz suddenly kneels. He has not changed his mind. He's not turned away from the temptation of Teresa's plan. He simply feels a sense of guilt towards Teresa, one of the 6 heroes, their king who rebuilt Kasdal. Kneel if you feel you should. Neither General Teresis nor Lord Scar-Eye will fault you. Ah, this ancient gesture signifies more than just fealty. I am more familiar with its other meaning. Penitence. Qui Chartushtas. Have you found the meaning of your name? Not yet, Your Highness. Then forgive their sins as you must forgive yours. Teresis and I will carry all your sins. As you bid. I bow to you, King of Sarkaz. In millennia of Sarkaz's history, it has always been an honor for warriors to go to war with their kings. They have tasted struggle and glory, picked themselves up from the bloodied soil. But the kings of Sarkaz always stood in front of them, never abandoning their people. Where the kings point, that is where home is, where cities will emerge from the earth. Now, though, they have abandoned their king. I promised a home of peace and safety, where Sarkaz will be forever free from war. Before I set foot here, I had a sliver of hope that perhaps someone would follow me. but I saw fire in your eyes. I saw the city that none of you had seen with your own eyes burn. The ancient city comes in many shapes and forms in your eyes. A city of desire, a city of hatred, a city of wealth, a city of glory. You all believe you will plunder what you have longed for in that unfamiliar land. That's why I changed my mind. I decided to see Kasdal's bravest warriors off. Kasdal will embark on a path of conquest for the first time in many years. I honor you, even though I never wanted you to take this step. You answered Teresa's call and drove into yet another campaign of hatred. Death awaits you far away from home, yet you still choose to leave our home and go to Londinium. The sorrowful King of Sarkaz walks among her people, who bow their heads to avoid her gaze. Yet their determination does not waver, even if it means defying the king. We're going, we're going. Voices rise and fall as though the warriors are singing elegy for themselves as they go to death. We exalt your highness, but we cannot follow you anymore. The regent promises that Londinium will be a new start. There lies the future, or the Sarkaz future. There lies our future. Take care of yourselves, my warriors, even if you will never return to Kasdal. The white figure passes through the parted crowd. The king's people are unmoved by her words. They no longer follow the king they once exalted. The other possibility for her people, the home full of flowers that she strived to build, did not come in time for the Sarkaz. General, you knew this day would come. What do you think? Hesitate, and all we've worked for will be for naught. Her Highness did not hesitate, nor should we. Make your preparations then, Manfred. Do not forget the feelings that burn within you, here and now, no matter what they are. It is interesting that they were already going for Londinium before even the Civil War broke out. But I guess it's kind of just more of the cause of the Civil War. Secret entrance of Scar Market Kasdal. No need to be down, Ascalon. More will join us when Babel grows strong enough to provide shelter for more people. We're being followed. Your Highness! Yo, who was that? Wait, Ascalon. She's not hostile. Whoa. What was it? That was a hard hit. Is that a sleeve blade? Anyway, Your Highness, I would like to leave with you, if that's okay with you. Thank you. What's your name? Julie. A nice name. Not one that's not often used by mercenaries. Did you make it up yourself? Have we seen Julie before? I feel like I recognize the name, but did she appear earlier in this event? No, I don't have a name. Someone else gave it to me. She said having a name gives one a sense of belonging. She's right. Why not follow the rest of them to Londinium? I've had enough of fighting. She says Your Highness will bring about a life where we don't have to fight anymore. That's why I came to check it out for her. I wanted to challenge you before deciding whether to go with you, but I didn't even have the guts to raise my sword when you stood before me. You're a strong warrior, that's for sure. I think she shut up at the beginning. I'd have to go back. I wouldn't say that about myself when I was standing in front of you. At least I can be sure that she wasn't playing me for a fool when she said you were once a great hero of Kasdal. Our reason is so simple it's hard to believe. The red-haired mercenary scratches her head. Well, I guess I liked the way you talked just now. Not sure I understood most of it, though. Where's your friend? She can come too. She's already here. Her sword and her clothes. Maybe a little loose-fitting, though. She was a strong warrior, felt like a little like this one over here. I'm a little something of a tailor. I could hem it for you. There's no need. I'm used to it. Let's go then, Julie. One moment, please, Your Highness. There are other mercenaries here who want to go with you. Teresa looks toward the dark exit of the market and sees a swaying speck of flame. One speck becomes two, two become three, and many more emerge from the darkness. The first torch-carrying mercenary steps into the sunlight and sees the white figure standing on top of the hill. He points forward and walks toward Teresa without looking back. More and more follow him, the line seemingly without end. Just because we're used to battle doesn't mean we're willing to bury ourselves in a campaign with no end in sight. If there's another way to live, many of us are willing to take it. I heard some people are secretly recruiting the willing in Kasdal. There may be some there ready to join us, although the journey through the wilderness would be a tough one. I'll make arrangements. Let's go, Julie. We have a lot to do. There are plenty of people for us to house, after all. You're back. They've retreated. Outstanding work, Doctor. Who? A group of medics hurry through the corridor, carrying several stretchers. Calcit turns to block them from the doctor's sight. The enemy was essentially making suicide attacks. It was inevitable that there would be casualties as we broke through. We lost fewer than we had any right to expect. How many did we lose? There was nothing wrong with how you commanded the operation. You don't need to be involved in the cleanup. Dr. Calcit, we're running low on plasma. I'll deal with coordination and surgery. Cal, the medics have already gone. The doctor is not sure whether the terrifying scene just now was a figment of the imagination, but the smell of blood simply would not go away. A sense of dizziness. I'm able to reconstruct a battlefield as a computable, I keep wanting saying computational, but it's not, as a computable data model. But it's not numbers that fight a war. Living, breathing people are fighting for their survival. How long has it been since Doctor? First time seeing the blood and gore. You could say that. We didn't have so many lives to waste in the wars I fought in the past. Treat yourself to a sweet drink. It'll make you feel better. I speak from experience. It's all thanks to your command that we were able to triumph against overwhelming odds. Are your battles always like this? No, this was one of the easy ones. I'll gladly entrust my life to you if it means our future battles will be so easy. Is war really the only way? You're not the first to ask that question. This attack is only a sign of things to come. No one knows what the future holds. I have great expectations of you. Tactical genius. The history books would record that the two Sarkaz rulers declared war on each other in the winter of 1091, causing open hostilities to break out between the military commission and Babel. For the Sarkaz themselves, however, the civil war had begun in 1086, when isolated conflicts started to escalate rapidly. The 2 centuries of peace that Kazdal had enjoyed had come to an end. N91. You know, for a lot of Sarkaz in Babel, there's not a lot of Sarkaz in Rhodes Island that you see. Oh my gosh. Armored burden beasts? Why are these ones giant rabbits, though? Kazdal burden beasts are rabbits? Docile burden beasts with low defense that will be tripped by a chain, stunning itself and dealing physical to nearby enemies. Chains, eh? I guess we can use some chains. Probably want, like, what do we want?
A new
So put
challenge.
them there.
No one can see me.
Although, are they gonna walk that direction?
No one knows you stepped into my domain.
Feels fresh and it feels fat to lose your target, doesn't it? An improv from us.
No, they're going up as well. Okay.
Good timing. Stay calm and continue to shadow. Feels fresh and feels
Ow.
fat to lose your target, doesn't
Wow, they've
it?
got a lot of attack.
Your mind are mine to protect. Where do you wish to align? Now be connected.
Follow me into the shadows.
What would you like to feel your own self? To your heart's content? Feels fresh. Come on, let's pick up the pace. Any instruction feels sad to lose your target, doesn't it? Stay calm and continue to shadow. Mission accomplished.
Winter 1092. Border Battlefield, Kazdal. Those rampaging sister beasts, are they migrating?
The Vanguard never stood a chance. All those who didn't get out of the way in time were... And those soldiers moving in perfect coordination without exchanging a word. None of that was in the intel.
That's not what we need to worry about. Oh snap, it's her. Okay, I'm glad we're getting a little bit more of Ursula. She had a lot of backstory connections with characters for not appearing, you know. But I also didn't expect her to show up, so what was her voice again? I think, oh yeah, it was kind of whiny, wasn't it?
I'm the ranking officer now. All survivors, form up and retreat immediately. These supplies are crucial. It'll be a hard winter without them.
Oh yes, ma'am, but how did things go so wrong even though we made our move early? Did our informant...
The intel was good. We were delayed by the mercenaries transporting the supplies. They upped the price on the spot. We've dealt with them. This is why I hate mercenaries.
Another coincidence.
It's not a coincidence if it keeps happening over and over again. We've had way too many setbacks lately.
Also, would she actually be called Ursula at this point in time? Because if she is, then they've had that plan for a while as well.
Focus. Babel forces must be...
Wait, help! A flash of white and a hole appears in the soldier's forehead. They cannot even tell where the attack is coming from, and the noise of the Sistabeast stampede. Leave the supplies behind and you may leave unmolested. You have been warned. Without warning, Ursula hears a cold, hoarse voice in her head. He's dead, sarcastic expletive. We need to withdraw. Did you hear that voice?
Ha, it's just a bluff. Keep your head low and stay with me. Don't get separated. Stick together if you want to live. We need to get these supplies back. As for the Vanguard, we're in no position to think about them.
They're retreating. I suppose nabbing the supplies isn't so easy after all. Be patient and follow the doctor's instructions. The chairman has said that the priority is to minimize casualties. I know, mantra. Mantra's lips are closed, but the scout can hear her voice clearly in his head. The tail! It's the person from the song! She is the perfect coordinator for Babel's covert operations, and a shadow that eats away at the enemy's sanity. Her tail is like crystal, though. Is she just a Pythia, or is she something else? The enemy vanguards have scattered by the herd. The survivors have fled into the woods. The enemy's actions were spontaneous, unplanned. They must have known that we decrypted their communications. But the envelopment succeeded nonetheless. We can leave the rest to Ascalon. Ascalon will not fail. Neither will we. Huh, you're absolutely right. You should get some rest, Mantra. Talking takes a toll on you. No need to worry about the follow-up. We have the doctor.
Who directed this operation? Evil spirit again? So what is this, Commander? Which royal court does it come from? If it can do this to us, it can do it to you too. Why do you sell your soul to something like that? I'm getting out of here alive.
The mercenary hears breathing in the darkness not far away from the swings and swings his sword without hesitation.
Got you.
Oh, snap. Yeah.
You're wounded too. You think you can kill me and walk away alive? Get out of my way or I'll kill you. It's the last thing I do.
You're not taking Marcel's things. He's going home.
Home. Our home is Kazdal, you traitors to Kazdal.
The mercenary keeps swinging his sword at Oda, who only passively blocks with his hammer. The mercenary's movement slows down and his breathing grows weak.
Babel, morons.
Wasn't it the military commission who betrayed Kazdal? Relax, he's dead. Be more decisive next time, Oda. There'll be fewer injuries. Yeah, the entire squad is dead. They should have died an honorable death, not tormented by fear. This is not the right time to show mercy. Bring Marcel. Our mission is finished. You remember his name? I remember everyone in Babel, living and the dead, the ones who had names and the ones who didn't. I could have saved him. It's just hard to raise your weapon against your own kin, even if it's to avenge Marcel. Your father died in the chaos of the city. Have you ever thought about seeking vengeance for him? Oda takes a deep breath. I hate the people who killed him, but vengeance doesn't change anything. A classical idea. Rational, righteous, human. What if your vendetta is with the cold-blooded deathmonger whose hands soaked in blood? Would you say you kill for justice and your ideas without a hint of hatred? I'm not sure. Do you regret killing mercenaries who threatened Babel, Ascalon? No. And I won't either. Even if it means I have to. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying silly things again. Don't mind me. I'm not important at all. No, all Babelites are important to Her Highness. Babelites? Oh, okay. Time to go. Rhodes Island of Babel, Kazdal.
What are you here for? I've already said it many times. It was my own decision to betray Her Highness. It had nothing to do with the military commission, and I'm not an informer for them. You want to execute me? Make it quick.
It's Ace.
I'm not here to torture you. I brought some wine. I don't need it. Are you sure? This is Victorian fruit wine, not some lousy swill. What are you here for? To catch up about old times. We have nothing to talk about. I know Scout's hiding something from me. Ascalon would too, because she knows we know each other. I can make a pretty good guess why you wanted to kill the doctor. Be my guest. You're not a sore loser. You're unhappy because the doctor is an outsider. Everyone wants Babel and the military commission to get along. You believe that Dr. Council and the doctor have widened a rift rather than mended it. Good guess. Now get out. I'm an outsider too, and I'm still fighting for the Sarkaz to this day. You. The wine.
You're drinking out of your hat.
Do you see a wine glass in this cell? You could have brought one. Ugh. What happened to the rest of your team? Let's see, the one with the spear, the caster, the one with the shield who's sitting here right now, a medic and a sniper.
Skull Spear, White Smoke, Gray Sun, Stross, Walnut, Kung, Herb.
So the sniper's name was Herb?
He's dead. Let bygones be bygones.
All good fighters.
If I ever get to mentor the young, I'll raise them to be that kind of fighter. Selfless, honest, cautious about picking a side, but committed once they've made their choice.
Pah, how sentimental.
Do the Sarkaz hate outsiders in Babel that much?
Fools like you would give your lives to Her Highness wouldn't understand. Babel might be changing certain things, but it's meaningless. It's not fast enough, and its reach is not far enough. Her Highness did not have to have her hands tied. She didn't need to waste her time.
The doctor helped Chairman Teresa a lot.
In what capacity? A researcher, a military commander?
Both.
Even though the doctor killed so many Sarkaz, the more people like that, the longer the war will drag on. Her Highness's achievements are grand. She solved problems all her life, taking care of the needs for generations, and now she leads the fight against oropathy. But what's happening now? We're fighting the military commission, fighting our own. That's not part of her vision. Oh, I almost forgot. You're a mercenary, but you're not a Sarkaz mercenary.
True enough. I only came to Babel because I was with the others. I got involved in this because most of my people were Sarkaz. Oh, White Smoke is dead too.
Why bring her up now?
I thought maybe there was something going on between you two.
Doesn't matter, she's dead.
She died in the presence of Chairman Teresa.
Damn, now I'm starting to envy her. What happened?
Ambush. Only the two of us survived, but she lost her legs in an art's trap. I had to drag her through the mud. Also, I have to say I love how brutal this all is. All the other fights and stuff in Arknights are very non-lethal. Except for maybe the Victorian War now, but most other things are pretty non-lethal. I like the people being shot, their legs are being blown off. That's when we ran into Chairman Teresa. Well, we ran into the doctor first.
The evil spirit showed up on the battlefield personally.
Believe it or not, I thought I was looking at a Lateran priest when I first saw the doctor in the distance.
Huh?
The doctor was praying with that black hood bowed low next to the glowing chairman. Wasn't even kneeling or doing anything sort of ritual. Just gazing silently into the distance with Chairman Teresa. That evil spirit you're talking about. Dr. Eleazar is not some heartless monster. The doctor is torn, wandering in solitude, and still in the end chose to bring victory to Babel.
So you came to preach? You're trying to guilt trip me? Get out and take your bloody wine. Did you think I would? No, you're not that naive. Has a decision been made?
Yes.
Death sentence.
The doctor and Chairman Teresa had reservations, but Dr. Count said and most of the fighters who participated in the operation wouldn't have it any other way. Dr. Count wants a death order and she hates us?
What about you?
Your betrayal cost us dozens of lives, brother. This time I'm with Dr. Councet.
Yeah, more wine.
You just spilled the last of it.
Are you gonna be doing it? Yes. No need to burden Scout. He's tough on the outside, but tender on the inside. And I don't want to hand you over to anyone else. I came to tell you, brother, that even though you did something stupid, the Babel will remember your name. We'll keep fighting, keeping your warning and approach in our hearts. Train some promising young ones while you still can. Decent ones like you don't live long. Guess so. See you again when the Sarkaz can finally live in peace. The traitors and spies have been executed. Royal Court spies, they really have a lot of problems in their tribe. Good work. What about the unit that entered that war zone? Scouts report that they blocked key passages leading out of the mountains after attacking Babel positions. Good times on Sneaky Jules. The general did not order this. Was it someone from the royal court or a Syracusan plot? Unlikely. Reports indicate no particular bloodline characteristics to the witchcraft, and little effort has been made to decipher communications. It's a rabble. May I speak frankly, sir? The unit may be rogue, but they just happen to cram Babel in with the catastrophe. Isn't that a good thing for us? What about the other commanders and military captain or mercenary captains? Watching the show, of course, waiting to see if the enemy chooses to surrender or die at the hands of the catastrophe and the ruffians. I wouldn't overthink it if I were you, sir. You've shown as much mercy as you possibly could by ordering that we pull out of the valley and leave an opening for them. Who knows, maybe some of my family are in a catastrophe. I've gone over it. You don't care. I try not to. Rhodes Island of Babel, Kazdal. Sorry I'm late. So? No need to start from the beginning. Ace was called on short notice. Just follow Mantra's instructions. Go ahead. We don't have much time. Emergency? Nods. I'll keep going then. We had 2,500 souls in the catastrophe radius. Mostly medics, infected civilians, prisoners, and injured mercenaries. The scales of the catastrophe is larger than the catastrophe messengers predicted. It's currently expected to affect 5 outposts, 3 key passages, and a field hospital repurposed from an abandoned town. They had almost made it out of the catastrophe radius when their path was cut off by mercenaries. Trapping medics, wounded and civilians to die in a catastrophe. Is Manfred willing to go to such lengths these days? It's not his style. The 3 military commission units have retreated from the forest, even leaving a humanitarian corridor open in one of the canyons. The military commission has casters on the cliffs, ready to annihilate any armed unit that attempts to pass through. But they're not trying to hide what they're doing, and they're not doing anything we didn't expect. These mercenaries are different. They came out of nowhere, attacked our positions, destroyed important roads and bridges, and polluted several water sources in the mountains with Originium explosives. There seems to be no reason for their actions. Who's their employer? We're still looking into it, but based on what little intelligence we have, it's very likely they are rogue. Revenge, a last gap struggle after being abandoned by Teresis, instigation by another country, anything's possible. Doesn't matter. We'll find out who their leader is and kill them. Without a leader, there's been a few typos this event. Without a leader, a band of aimless mercenaries is just a useless rabble. Go save those people. We'll regroup back at base. I'll leave them to you then. One last message. Her Highness says this operation is not part of the campaign. We should be relieved. In a war that has become increasingly gridlocked, the opposing sides have a chance to work together for a common goal. Saving lives from catastrophe. Holy crap, it's Scout. Yeah, it's Scout. And Ace, it's the whole gang.
To drive them away with fire is easily done. But if we're to ensure they'll never come back to hurt us, then a fire is not enough.
Alive for how long? A few more years. Large, slow, and docile, these burden beasts obediently undergo rigorous training to perform tasks that go against their nature. So we have two different burden beasts now. We got the standard burden beasts, and then we got giant bunny burden beasts. Mercenaries adept at building makeshift weapons from whatever is available. This massive, sputtering machine shambles forward, brandishing ladder and kitchen utensils, while leaking fuel. Was there another new one that we missed? Yeah. Bounty hunters skilled in witchcraft, equipped with self-made gear inspired by Arknights. They take pleasure in tormenting their targets during missions. So far, the Doctor's been the opposite of problematic. Gets dizzy at the sight of blood. Wasn't happy that people died. Didn't want to execute traitors. What the heck happens in the future? You may have 650 sanity, but you're insane. What? I'm the sanest person I know. No sane person has 652 sanity. What? Are you saying I should get more sanity? Because I could. Flickering light. The banner of wars flies high in the distance. Witchcraft ballista, huh? Periodically fires arts damage units to your enemies while healing enemies. Dang. Look, up ahead. The bridge. It's been blown. How are you supposed to get across? Is there another path? The catastrophe cloud is still over our heads. We can't go any further, not with all the wounded and children. Damn, the Originium crystals on the ground are starting to glow. They'll kill us before the catastrophe can even has a chance. We need to go. That's how he coughs. It's all sarcasm expletive. Originium particles in the air. No medicine for more than a week now. All the injured, infected. Damn it. What's that sound? No reinforcements from Babel yet. They keep looking for a path. Don't come back until you do. The catastrophe cloud's fully formed, which, sarcasm expletive, unit attacked the hospital. Not even Scar Eyes that crazy. Stick together. It's too late to try and get out of the catastrophe. We need to find some clean caves. Nothing with Originium traces on it. Not even a little bit. Doing this is to the wounded. Theresis, you piece of... Mom, my leg hurts. Don't cry, we're almost home. No, it hurts, it hurts. The sound of children crying, the sound of conspiracy, of death, of struggling to survive. The catastrophe is deaf to all of that, turning wind and snow into storm. A few figures stand on a distant cliff. The woman stands on the edge, peering silently into the distance. A merciless catastrophe. Enemy soldiers blocking key passages, fleeing beasts and the wounded and civilians with nowhere to run. Life echoes in the valley, reaching Mantra's ears. It is the sound of children crying. I hear it. Children are crying. It's starting to snow. This isn't good. 2,313. All confirmed. Location and physical data logged. Fewer losses than expected. It's but time's of the essence. Watching your arts up close is always a remarkable experience, Mantra. Nods humbly. How do you nod humbly? Was the Jal in HR able to get you a few assistants? Jal? I thought the Jals were dead. We have a Jal working in HR? Who are they? We have HR? I guess that makes sense. Close his eyes. A shame. Message sent to all squads. Cave 17 kilometers to the northeast. The children are there. But the military commission's drones have found us. I'll stay, you go. Frowns. They don't want to face my squad head on in this terrain. Just going to say hi. We'll try to take Manfred alive if he's leading them. Don't take unnecessary risks. Doctor here. Just calls himself Doctor too, actually, huh? Sorry I'm late. Operations in the CA area have concluded. Continue to carry out Mantra's plan. I'll provide support elsewhere. The priority is to help the civilians and wounded. Good timing, Doctor. Thanks. Misery is distracting the military commission, but he needs help. Is this part of where I volunteer? Yes, Ace. Awaiting your orders. And Teresa will go directly to the affected field hospital at the center to prevent further casualties. If all goes well, I'll meet you there. The explosions! Move away from the glowing area. Back off. The Originium underground is being activated. Sarcasm expletive. Too late. Fire stirs beneath the earth. The blizzard brings with it the sparks of catastrophe. Every breath seems to carry the weight of all of Terra, bringing it upon every individual soul. The weight vanishes in an instant. They look up to see an astonishing sight. Gah! The explosion stopped. The snow floating in the air. The snow crystals here are almost indistinguishable from Originium crystals. Control over them can be achieved with sufficient focus. Your precise control over individual snowflakes is difficult, but it's not so difficult to hold a snowstorm off in an Originium-rich environment. Have you been paying attention in class, Aiden? Pith, you're here, I can give you 10 minutes. Go back to the meadows at the bottom of... That's not her accent. Go back to the meadows at the bottom of the valley and head south. Scout will guide your path. Don't you remember what I taught you? There are a lot of emergency precautions you can take in an Originium dense environment, but you did nothing. Wait, you have acute oropathic patients in your group. What were you thinking? Take this syringe. I'll do what I can. You have 10 minutes to get everybody in order. But you... Move it before the catastrophe fully forms. This area will be safe while I can dampen it for a bit. One more thing. I'm using several kinds of arts at the same time right now. I want to see an essay from all of you on my table by this weekend explaining what schools these arts belong to. So you better pretend we'll make it out alive. Yes, teacher. Is this the only event Pith shows up in? I think so. I think so far, yeah, this is the first time Pith has shown up. Could be wrong, but I think so. We've gotten two more elite operators now on Mantra and Pith. We're missing Storm Eye. Storm Eye hasn't shown up yet. And we're missing, I think, someone else. It's me. Any instructions from Manfred? What is he doing, huh? A royal court, high rank is amongst the Babel forces and refugees. Impossible! Look it up. I doubt there's anything to look up. Manfred probably made up the excuse on the spot. Even if they were there, they're Babel prisoners now. Rescuing prisoners in the middle of a catastrophe is not part of the contract. But we have to do it anyway, damn it! Get Thorn Squad to check the blockade. Alright, 86 here. Hello? Hello? No response. Where did they go? It's not the time. Is it not time for the shift change yet, is it? Wait, isn't it a little too quiet? There were foul beast cries only a moment ago. All the animals must have fled the catastrophe. He'll sweep through this place in 5 hours. This is no time to be taking a nap. Hand me the schedule. I said hand me the... Huh? Hey, where'd you go? Hello? This is Squad 86. Anyone hear me? Anybody? What's going on? Somebody's... You called? Phew. 3 squads silenced. No alerts. The path is clear. Combat personnel follow these coordinates. Medics take the injured and follow the markings I left. There's something I need to confirm. It's the military commissioner's frequency, alright. But these were scouts. Not the rogue mercenaries that attacked our position. Mission briefing Strawberry. It's just monitoring the retreat of the civilians.
Manfred even lied to them that there was a royal court rank here. Well, guess I'll leave the rest to Ascalon.
Mysterious mercenary.
Babel. Are you my death? You led the attack on Babel positions. Whose orders are you following? It's just doctors and the infected civilians.
The sword comes before she can finish her sentence. Something feels out of place, but Ascalon adjusts quickly. She has always been more familiar with the language of violence anyway. The sleeve blade is out of its sheath.
What are you?
Was that a gun being cocked? That was a bomb.
You're crazy. Surrender. You have no chance. It's me. I'm done. Sorry. Couldn't take him alive. He blew himself up. Something's not right. He recognized me as Babel immediately, realized he was no match for me, and quickly chose to blow himself up. Abnormally decisive. Could be something experienced, spy, or... Wait. I found a pouch, rather. It's undamaged. I must have cut it off. There's a Babel sleeve badge and a military commission medal inside. It's not unusual for mercenaries to work both sides of a war. And a piece of paper, possibly personal notes. Most of it is illegible. The only thing I can make out is... Del home. Probably Casdell. Forget it. Not important.
Communications out. Well, I guess the old stuff won't do it when a catastrophe is so close. Let's hope the other teams have found a way out.
Don't just stand there. Bring all the infected who can't move over here.
What's the point? It's not like we'll be able to get away from the catastrophe.
Just do it. It's not like you have anything to lose, is there?
So, or rather, some of them are comatose.
My condition isn't that far off from theirs. I'll end their suffering. Originium particles will spread when they die. I'll take the brunt of it. Take your bow, keep your distance, and finish the job.
Thanks for stopping by, Sneaky Jules. Thanks for the follow. Hell no. Hey, stay away from the infected. Julie will deal with them.
Infected? You're just leaving them here like firewood.
I'm not doing it because I want to.
Is there any hope for them?
No, just death. They'll turn to dust in 10 minutes or so.
They could have been saved.
Does living a little longer count as being saved? Their conditions are too severe. If they don't die here, they'll die to some forgotten alleyway in Casdal. I should have stayed in Sargon.
Here, give them these suppressants. It will at least relieve their pain.
Where did you get these suppressants? No, who are you anyway? When did you get here? Don't move. Your ID code now, or I'll...
Let the doctor pass.
Yeah, okay.
It's fine. Everything will be fine.
You look familiar. I think I've seen you before.
Your Highness, How could you? We're right in the middle of a catastrophe. We're very grateful, but you shouldn't have come. It's too dangerous.
The white sarcasm appears on the battlefield without a sound, as though she has come out of nowhere. The crowd whispers amongst themselves, is she truly the king of Babel, one of the living 6 heroes, the mother of Kazdal? Teresa simply nods at the confused and bewildered crowd. Interesting they said king of Babel this time. She kneels by the side of the infected. Can't tell if that was a typo or intentional, because there's been a few typos, but they said Kazdal for the third one, so I think it was intentional.
Your Highness. I'm sorry I came late. Too late to save your lives. I'm sorry I couldn't do enough. Please don't.
Teresa gently holds his hand in hers. The other infected, all of the ones still conscious, those who have not yet fully given up on living, feel a little bit of gentle warmth.
I'm listening, my children. I will remember how all of you lived and died. Forgive me that I could not promise you more, but for your family, children, friends, and comrades, there will come a day when they will no longer live in fear. Your lives should have been so much more. Now, though, dream a warm dream, a dream that will come true. Sleep, children of Kazdal, sleep in the warm embrace of home. Sleep. Thank you.
The infected begin to glow with the colors of Originium. Tiny stones eat away at flesh and blood, transforming their lives and desires into fleeting sparks. Teresa holds their hands to the end, until shining dust rises towards the sky and is scattered by the wind, never to become stars upon the heavens. So you can call me anything you like, even evil spirit if that's what you prefer. I don't mean that. It's just, this is the first time we've spoken to each other alone. You brought us so many victories. I've had a hand in some. They also say you're an expert on Originium. Expert. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen infected die like this with my own 2 eyes. You're lucky. Never thought it would be so. Does living a little longer count as being saved? Never mind. It's time to go, Teresa.
Right.
But it's too late. Even if we leave now, and the military commission has set a trap for us.
It'll be fine. Let's go home.
The military commission's after-action report writes, "The king of Babel and her most trusted men led her people out of the valley. With a single touch, she parted wind, snow, and flames, gentle as a mother parts the bed curtains to put her child to sleep. Our casters and crossbowmen observed the procession, but none dared take the first shot, nor give the order to. The flowery report and Manfred's false intelligence earned an admonition from the commission, but no further discipline."
Doctor. I heard from the operation. Doctor?
There's something I want to ask, Kaltzit.
Go ahead.
As a physician, is it saving a life when all you can do is stave off death for a little while?
Unless it goes contrary to the patient's wishes, the duty of a physician is to save lives. That's what we've always worked to do. Why do you ask?
Looking at Ami and the people around us makes me feel like you shouldn't have to deal with this kind of suffering. And Doctor, Elsit, there you are. The intelligence meeting just ended. The unexpected catastrophe has led to a stalemate and some breathing room for us. The two of you need to get some rest, especially you, Doctor. You've hardly slept since you've been back, right? I'm fine. Teresa glances at Calcit, who seems to sigh wordlessly with her eyes. The King of Sarkaz senses guilt and restlessness. It is not an easy thing to accept, watching so many infected turn to dust before one's eyes. Doctor, do you think all this is your fault? It is. I won't run from my responsibility, and I won't wallow in self-pity. I just need time to accept the present. I don't know if Originium is supposed to hurt a newborn civilization like this. But Originium is the only way to protect all life and existence. You're tired, Doctor. I'm grateful that you've chosen to bear the burdens of these emotions for the sake of this great land. Your pain and struggle shows your kindness and ideals. I won't try to wipe them away, but we could share this burden, if you're willing. Teresa wants to hold the doctor's hand, perceive the doctor's guilt and anxiety-filled soul. She wants to help the doctor. But a tiny speck of noise echoes ominously in the king's mind. The doctor's rejecting me. Or is it... Sorry, Teresa, but this is not something you need to take on. No need to use Civilite Turna on me. It takes a toll on you too. There are more important uses for it. More important than helping someone who's given everything for us. Thank you, I mean it. You and Scout should have some breathing room, right? I'll make dinner for us, then. I learned it off misery. For our future challenges. Interesting how they, the Sarkaz still respect her, which is interesting since now I'm curious who was willing to kill her.
Notes fall into memory, and a melody resonates in the mind.
Sheer Claws. Wandering mercenaries who attack deal splash damage to units on 4 adjacent tiles can cut chains. Oh my gosh. That's intense.
A new challenge. ついてきて. Feels fresh tail like a shooting star. That's what they say. The opponent.
Your lives are mine to protect. No one can see me.
Oh boy, these guys.
No one knows you stepped into my domain.
Feels fresh. Come on, let's pick up the pace. The opponent. Feels fresh. Come on, losing sight.
They only were you stepped into my domain. saw nothing. No one knows my name.
Wherever you wish to go, fear not the firelight. Come on! Let's pick up the pace!
They only right behind you.
Mission accomplished.
A piece of Originium crystal lies quietly on the test table, glowing orange-yellow under the light. It looks pure, beautiful, harmless. Priestess, what have we done? I'm afraid not. It's impossible. Doctor, it hurts. Thank you. The doctor picks up the Originium crystal with one hand and stabs it into the other arm. It leaves a bloody gash on the arm, but nothing else. The pain grows distinct, yet it is not the pain of Originium infection. The instruments show the same. There is no sign of assimilation of Originium in cell. Homo sapiens are immune to Originium? Well, that's really good to know then. Okay. That's really good. But Cal's infected. Cal's, yeah. Well, that's always been the weird thing, is like if Cal's a robot, but she's infected. And also she can't be a human. The heck is Cal? What are you? But also in terms of the A gear, or is it just the Abyssal Hunters? Is it? I have to check this. I get them confused. Which one's actually immune to Originium? Neither of them are showing up on the page for some reason. Well, one of them are immune, right? So but if it's just the Abyssal Hunters, then it's probably because of the Seaborn aspect. But if it's the Aegir as a whole, that's also that makes a very interesting sort of connection between both people. Seriously, why is neither of their pages have anything mentioning Originium at all, which is really weird because it should definitely be mentioning that. That's strange. The old wiki mentions it a little bit on the Abyssal Hunter page, so maybe it's just the Abyssal Hunters specifically. But anyway, I digress. It's weird that none of them really mention that, because that's definitely a thing. But anyway, that's really cool. Originium. So the Doctor is immune to Originium. Good to know. Did we ever imagine that such pain would come? What would you say about what's happening to this world? Unknown language, Originium. The last spark that we have passed on. Steady breathing. It's working. It's several times more effective than existing suppressants. Amia's blood Originium crystal concentration has dropped significantly. But it's just a prototype. I haven't found a way to mass produce it on Terra yet. Doctor, I know you're experimenting on yourself, but you really don't look well. Just some research on blood. Originium doesn't infect me. We've had safety measures in place since it was just an emergency or energy project. Maybe this could be used to mitigate the symptoms of oropathy. And Teresa, she's not like you. Civilite Interna is not some kind of powerful magic. She has simply created Originium arts in the most fundamental form, through the accumulation of a long legacy. With her help, we may be able to develop more advanced oropathy medication that we can mass produce. Not sure what to take about that. Simply created arts in the most fundamental form. I'm more concerned about you right now, Doctor. I'm fine. If Originium has transformed you into beings identical to us, then there will be a way to create a serum in place of my own. Well, there you go. Well, there it is. It was turning things into people. So change animals into people? Maybe? Maybe? I still feel like that kind of doesn't make sense for what Friston said, but maybe. No matter how complicated the present issues are, if Babel can develop an effective oropathy medicine, it will be more than just the Sarkaz that supports us. It'll be all of Terra. Then we can foster a future with Originium, one that is peaceful, happy, and eternal. No, listen to me. Calcet grabs the doctor's arm. It is a lot thinner than she remembers. You have not relaxed for an instant, from Rem Billiton to the Sarkaz Civil War. I chose to wake you up in order to point the way for this civilization, one that surprised me at every turn. Don't want you to waste away now. You need to take care of yourself. I'm sorry. Right now, though, what I want to do most is alleviate Amiya's pain. I miss this gal. She's so caring. What happened? What happened to our relationship? Three months later. Rose Island of Babel, Kasdal. I see you, Amiya. You can come out.
Doctor, am I interrupting anything?
No, just curious how you got in when I didn't hear the door open.
I found a lot of secret passages.
Secret passages?
Yeah, Closure said not to tell anyone, so I haven't.
No wonder Dr. Kautzit can't find you for checkups. You've been hiding there all along.
I promise I won't run away if you go with me.
All right, I'll try to make the time.
You've been really busy. Dr. Kautzit said even she has hardly seen you lately. Whenever I see you, you're all by yourself, carrying a stack of papers, head down, walking from one end of the corridor to the other. If someone says hi to you, all you do is nod and then keep on walking without a word.
It sounds like you're describing a really rude person. Sorry, Amiya.
No, that's not what I meant. You just seem really unhappy.
Why would you say that?
Before we came to Rose Island, you were curious about everything. Cuddled up with the burden beast at night, crouching down to look at tiny rocks in the mines, and when to pick fruit from black beast dens. You enjoyed everything, even the things that didn't interest me as a kid. But now, whenever I talk to you about something fun, all you say is, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Amiya. I came to talk to you about it to make you feel happy. Are you unhappy because I'm not getting better?
It's not because of you, Amiya. This is about me. And you can hear noises outside the ship, can't you?
Yes, like the huge drills in Rumbiliton. They're so noisy, I don't like them.
Me, Teresa, Dr. Kautzit, we all have a lot of things to do. It's not your fault.
Alright.
Do you have time today, Amiya?
Yes.
I want to go up to the deck and see the clouds. It's going to rain. They have very interesting shapes, and I could talk for a long time if there was someone there to listen to me.
Of course. But don't you have work to do?
It's okay. I'll be done soon. Amia. If there comes a day when we cure oropathy, not just for you, but for all of Terra as well. When the day comes that Terrans no longer live in fear of Originium and catastrophe, let's go on a journey again to see the rest of this great land. This time, we'll bring Calcit and Originium will become the light that guides the next civilization. All consciousness shall foster new hope in Originium until the end of time.
Doctor.
It's okay. The doctor just passed out on the deck due to exhaustion.
Thank goodness. It's not something serious. What about the wound on the doctor's arm?
Trying to contract oropathy, the doctor tried many ways, breathing in dust, exposure to Originium, dense environments, even a direct incision with active Originium. They tried to get the doctor to stop. I asked Scout to do the same, but no one wants to see the doctor get hurt.
Maybe the doctor's in more pain than we see on the surface.
What about Amia?
Terribly frightened. She wouldn't stop crying. It took a lot of effort to get her to sleep. This is a sculpture.
A gift from a rescued infected to the doctor. Ace was the first to hear Amia's cry. He carried the doctor back. That's not reverse. Ace was the first to hear Amia's cry. He carried the doctor back and left this behind.
See, Doctor, you've established connections with so many people. You're not alone. But what are you hiding that you wouldn't even tell Calcit or me? The doctor truly wants to help Amia and Babel. I can feel that. But I also can't help but feel that the doctor leaves some thoughts unsaid, some concerns, some doubts. I believe these sentiments were the results of such an abrupt awakening, and that they would go away in time. But they haven't. Doctor is being torn apart by these unsaid things, tormented by hesitation, pain, and guilt.
Perhaps I don't understand the doctor as well as I thought. I don't know how to ease the doctor's pain. And if neither of us know what the doctor is thinking, then the Doctor of Babel will always be alone, all the love and respect notwithstanding.
Doubts it.
Yes, I will explain to the doctor in time. Teresa puts her hand on the doctor's forehead. Under the warm surface lies a past that she cannot fathom. Civilite Eterna. Originium must rewrite all. Only then is there value in existence. So before we read this, I'm thinking, based on the white background text that keeps popping up, it seems that the path Originium took is kind of the opposite of what it was supposed to do. It's supposed to disperse to create life. but now it's instead assimilating everything into itself, right? It's infecting people, turning them into Originium when they die, right? So it's assimilating everything into itself. Originium must rewrite all. Everything must become Originium, and that's how there'll be value in existence, and whatever else it said. All consciousness shall foster new hope in Originium. Which makes it kind of similar to the Seaborn, I guess. From the emergence of intelligent life to the lights in the cosmos and the maelstrom of the stars, Originium will continue to replicate and transform until even time ceases to exist.
This is Originium.
Originium, the first light before the Big Bang. She said that only by covering every inch of land in Originium, only by returning matter and time, tide and wonder, light and wailing to the vast ocean of information, only then will we find change and advancement, and avert the fate that is the end. Even though it is not a transformation, but a death. Yeah. It is not an extinction, but a continuation. Yeah, so it's because Originium stores information. So Originium has started, instead of doing its intended purpose, it's now collecting, assimilating everything into itself, storing that information that will exist forever. But like, it's just information, it's not being used by anything. I'm guessing, I'm gonna guess she right there. That singular she right there is probably the priestess. I'm gonna guess that.
When was this memory, the doctor's emotion, pain, hesitation, and fear? Who was that accompanying the doctor in despair? No, Calcit said there was another.
The growth of Originium is silent, beautiful, calm. All signs of life have been overgrown. Civilization has vanished from this land. But Teresa feels only fear and suffocation. The memory is trembling, collapsing. There is a force somewhere trying to fix an error. The Originium in the memory continues to grow, even assimilating Teresa's consciousness. Teresa. Calcit. Oh yes, she was by my side. Teresa. She seems to see the doctor before her consciousness is fully absorbed by the nebulous Originium light. Teresa. And it does seem that the Black Crown has ties to Originium. Maybe if Originium stores information, then the information the Black Crown has is actually just pulled from Originium itself, so that the wearer could utilize that information that's stored inside of it. I always thought that the Black Crown just stored its own information, but I think there's definitely is a tie between the two, so I think it's pulling information from Originium. I don't think we want Originium to cover the land. It was supposed to go away, but now it's not. And as we saw from that, all signs of life have been overgrown. That ties in with Calcit's skin, which is in the future, a future in which Originium just has continued to grow and like take over the planet. What happened, Teresa? What did you see?
I saw Originium. It had assimilated the entire continent. The doctor felt pain and anxiety over it. Was that the doctor's memory? No, a dream. Give me a hand, Calcit. The feeling, the noise, and the wailing eye.
Teresa, I told you that Originium once decided the distant future of this land. There were two choices. We were too focused on tangible suffering, catastrophe, or apathy. Casting our eyes toward the future brought too much difficulty and too little meaning. The doctor chose one of them. The future the doctor spoke of to me personally. I could not forget that future the doctor described. Never in all of these years. But the other cold and empty thought has often shot up my spine in the middle of the night over the past 10,000 years. I cannot speak of it, but you can sense my anger with your power. That means that Civilite Eterna exists outside the boundaries of language. So, Teresa, if you saw a future that you are not willing to accept, I hope you, Civilite Eterna, can change the course. Only you can. If you saw the side of myself or the doctor that is strange to you.
Calcit. No, Calcit. That is not what I meant. The doctor's feelings towards Amia, towards us, towards you, are sincere. That is the truth.
Mastama.mp4. Good name. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. We're getting some good lore drops right now. Hope your own stream went well and everything. 100 OP for Ascalon. What do I even do? I don't know how to help you there. Take my leave because I'm not there in the event. Fair enough. Fair enough. Thanks for the raid.
Trust the doctor, and trust me. I'll find the answer to what is tormenting the doctor, and when... Doctor. Doctor, you're awake.
What happened to me? You fainted as you were leaving the deck with Amia. Where's Amia? A little shaken, but she's fine. You're still in bad shape. What were you thinking? I want to cure Amia's oropathy. I want to change the present state of the Sarkaz. I want to walk among this civilization that I helped create to take in the vitality of new life, something that we once had, but have long since lost. Even if everything that we see, all that we know, all that we cherish, no longer exists after a millennium.
To drive them away with fire is easy.
Maybe you're right.
But if we're to ensure they'll
That the
never
path
come
of
back to
self-destruction
help us,
is this path.
then a fire is not enough.
Although I don't think I agree, like, philosophically with the concept of information is equivalent to existence. But I do think, yeah, it might be right. If they fix Originium, right, we could all live happily ever after, but it won't last for long, right? We need more information. I also wonder if what I'm getting is that I think what's going to happen is that the reason Calcit's angry at us, I mean, it might still have to do with what happens with Teresa, but also maybe it has to do with she finds out that we know more about Originium than we let on, and so she's like angry about that, perhaps. Which may or may not have to do with Teresa. I think, though, whether the doctor was in on it, which might be why Calcit gets mad, if the doctor was in on it, but it doesn't necessarily seem that that could be the case. Not to, like, not directly perhaps, but indirectly in on it. But it seems that I would take it as whatever happened with Originium is probably the priestess's fault. I think she did something. Mercenaries wielding sharp blades as their weapons, prone to injuring both friend and foe. They struggle to find companions. That's sad. Is that guy? Did I just have a really big mustache? Is that what that is? I think it is. There's a reason. Yeah, it always seemed to me, and I think everyone kind of assumed this, that the doctor was always like just bad in general, but this is definitely seems like more like we're seeing the doctor get more desperate now. And then it's gonna reach a boiling point. Something happens. It's not that the doctor was always just like kind of a jerk or something. It's more that the doctor we've seen, the doctor was cool. but is now getting desperate, and with oripathy, trying to figure something out with it. You know, they got some. They're getting better medicine thanks to using the doctor's own blood, which is a neat thing, right? That's cool, but. I think the desperation is going to force him to do something. I still don't know how he got to Chernobog, though. Still very confused by how he ended up in Chernobog. Yeah, well, the opening scene, the doctor was lying there too, so. Well, we got 2 more levels, and probably an ending, so. We'll see. Rising Shadow. I see the sarcasm's desire for vengeance. Enable administrator level encryption. Image number 0018_admin. Activating recorder. Beginning video record. While I slept, the ruins of our homeland nurtured new life. Originium is what guides their development, reshaping the life forms from Talos 2 to have a similar appearance to us. Talos 2, eh? Okay. Alright. I'm rather fortunate. I have been able to leap across the millennia to communicate with them. I've even considered myself one of the people of this land for a time, experiencing their past and future. But in the end, I am not here. I am not of here. I have even begun to feel uneasy about Teresa's efforts. If the Originium project ends in failure, no. Even if it is merely postponed for some time, Teresa, Calcit, even the future that I promised to Amia. The inhabitants of this planet, some of the new life forms known to us, are but illusions that will break at the slightest touch. I have been lying to them and to myself for a very long time now, but how will I explain it to Calcit, or to Teresa, or Amia? I am supposed to tell them that all the pain that they have been through is the key to their salvation, and they must stop fighting it. That all of Terran civilization is a fleeting dream, and only by being assimilated into Originium will we have the opportunity to avert our fate. Seeing the lives of those they call the infected dissipate like smoke brings pain to my heart. It has long been a common sight on Terra. but it always marks the end of life. Sorrowful and cruel. It has been too long since I heard the voice full of life. I can't just see them as unexpected sparks. Well, what I see cannot be called a warrior's death. Rather, they have given in to the Originium's assimilation, passing through death to join the assimilated universe, a chance where life can break through the deepest darkness. Should I bow in silence at their deaths, or should I quietly rejoice at the smooth progress of the project? It is for this reason that Teresa dedicated herself to her research. Calcit, our Ama-10, has also chosen to believe in the potential of Terra, chosen to resist Originium and put an end to the war. But what about me? The Originium project was built upon the efforts of countless generations, and in that time billions of our compatriots have died, all in exchange for a mere 10,000 years that I have spent waiting and waiting. And now the flint and tinder are in my hands. After all the long years, how could I abandon it? Because Terra has left me pleasantly surprised in a few short years? Because of the choices that Teresa and Calcit made? Even if Amia has moved me to compassion, would I not have been the selfish one all along? They awakened me to be their salvation, but in truth, I am destined to bring them to annihilation. They awakened me, their destroyer, as if I was their savior. Chokes back tears. Amia, Calcit, what should I do? Priestess, what should I do? Perhaps I should reveal everything to Calcit and Teresa. Originium has led them down roughly the correct path. Arrogant though it may be, this has been sufficient for these souls to perform a new kind of miracle. Perhaps I must re-examine Teresa and Calcit's plan. Babel's research has proceeded faster than expected, but Terra's political structure is rather primitive, and Babel does not yet have the ability to transcend the barriers of race and nation so that it may represent Terra as a whole. Believe in Terra. Believe in the people to build their own future. Carry on with the project. At least the vestiges of these who came before can live on within Originium. Believe in her. Stop her. Are those more portals? Doctor's an ale if you go against Calcit after telling her to find her own path. That's why Calcit's mad. What did I say? Calcit learns the truth. The doctor's like, actually, we're not gonna mess with Oripathy or Originium. I think everything actually checks out really well still. Maybe the doctor did have a hand in then killing Teresa because Teresa would have stood against that. Maybe the doctor self-imposed their own amnesia because they realized their mistake. I think all of that could still work, actually. Well, how could I ever blame you? I understand your dilemma. Our debates are far beyond what those
little life forms known as humans could participate in. But this is the only way. You and I both know that much. If, perhaps, we still have time before its return, we can envision things together, achieve them together, describe anything and everything within the boundaries of the universe together. I hope that in those fragile moments, you will always stand by my side. You will, won't you?
I am curious if it is the wrong path Originium took still its current form but the doctor is accepting that, okay, this is actually the better option, or like what was the original purpose? Was it supposed to just make a civilization? It must have been, because if it wasn't, then why create the star bubble, you know? Seems unnecessary. Unless it's just just in case. It's an extra defense measure, I guess. Unintended effect on people. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, orpathy wasn't supposed to happen, but I also don't get if it was gonna store information. I assume the original idea would have been to create a new civilization. Otherwise, what was the point of Civilite Eterna, I guess? And also, if it was going to store information, why did it need to create a new civilization? Why wouldn't it just store the precursor civilization as information? So there's this extra step here that I assume was the original intent.
And that concludes my report, Your Highness.
The military commission seems to be certain we will retake region C810's village and supplies. But by building an outpost there, they have already fallen into a trap.
And also, why would you need Alma 10? Why would you need the sarcophagi? Right? There definitely was, the original intent was to make a new civilization. Otherwise, all of that is unnecessary.
There are, however, some officers who have begun to use tactics completely different from Manfred's. This is highly irregular.
Sus effects, a little bit.
Our spies have reported seeing Noxahair troops entering the troops' camps.
Neshalem, what does the doctor make of it?
The doctor believes that no matter how the Sarkaz god of war intends to participate in this conflict, our arrangements will be thrown into complete disarray.
What about you?
Everyone is well aware that many members of the Royal Court have always favored the military commission, which advocates for reprisals and violence. But on the account of certain restrictions, Ones that you might even call rules of convention. None of them are willing to participate in the Civil War. If the sovereigns were to decide to wage war upon us in Kasdal, those Sarkaz who have not yet returned would once more be unable to find Babel on the map. Practically speaking, if the court sides against us, the military gap will be concerning. But those that support us are, for the most part, not warriors or soldiers. For many of our troops, this is the first time they've ever held a weapon. And this is why I'm speaking my mind. No matter how you look at the facts, our situation is changing dramatically.
I understand. Keep monitoring the Noxacher court.
If Neshalem is no longer holding back, then Dukariel is likely to act as well. For 3 weeks in a row, the Rose Riverbank has no ships.
The Rose Riverbank is a most excellent spy network, but they are able to deceive anyone they so wish, except for their sovereign lord. Tell them to pull out immediately, leave Kasdal if they wish or must, lay low in other lands.
It will be done. I'll take my leave then, Highness.
The royal court. They possess the most direct capacity to use force. Neshalem only agreed to hand over command because he was promised a war that would reshape the land. Although rather troublesome, it is a challenge that we would have had to face sooner or later, if we were to achieve all that we hoped for. Babel does not blindly reject violence. It is clear to us all that if necessary, we must use force to defend our beliefs. But this also means the Sarkaz will further devour themselves, venting hate they hold for the land by setting themselves ablaze. It will mean the end of us. Defeating the military commission will not solve all of our problems. We must give closure to those Sarkaz.
They're gonna give closure to the Sarkaz?
Who has grown up knowing only hatred and suffering, in other regards as well.
Can't believe they're gonna sacrifice closure.
As for Orpathy and Originium, we... Please enter. Your Highness.
Well, well, well. Look who it is.
Your wounds have not yet fully healed, Ascalon. There is no need for you to make your report in person.
Her biggest fan.
I've recovered. Besides, this is top priority. Odoer's team has successfully intercepted a witchcraft decoder. Doctor has already begun deciphering our enemy's codes. I believe we should see results soon. Is that so? Ines, W. You have done very well. Thank you, Your Highness. I hope we'll crack our enemy's comms as quickly as possible, so that we can plan our next op. Where is your captain, by the way? Odoer took a few flesh wounds, nothing too serious. He's getting treated in the infirmary right now. If that is the case, then I will not waste your time. Go to him. Of course. Thank you kindly, Your Highness. W.
What?
Go to Hodor. Oh, Alright, got it. Guess he still ain't dead.
Just she's just staring at Teresa the whole time.
The king praised me. If that is all, your highness, I have other business. That reminds me, I still haven't thought of a real name for the girl, have I?
1093, winter. Weather, rainy. Yo, does Teresa name W? Is that what she's talking about? Does W have an actual other name besides the other name, but that's actually this name, perhaps? That I thought was an older name, but I guess it's a newer name. That would actually make more sense based on things that I won't talk about yet, but that makes more sense if true. She must have a name before W, right? Not necessarily. The Sarkaz either name themselves or take someone else's name or are named by someone else. And if none of those are true, then they just don't have a name. W took W's name. And that's that. So she probably didn't have one beforehand. We don't have any example of someone with a name taking someone else's name. Kasdal border. Kasdal. The doctor listens to the pitter-patter of the rain on the leaves, eyes closed. Drip, drop. The doctor's heart rages, filled with torment. A foul beast cries out in the distance. Answer my questions, or die here. Ask away. Are you betraying Babel? I have never been a Babel member, but I've also never abandoned them to face their struggles alone. Why have you come to me? I have a request. I will not speak to a myth with no name, evil spirit. Who are you? Did the doctor really did it, huh? Not unexpected. It's pretty expected. Eleazar, Dr. Eleazar. Yep, there he is. Eleazar. Teresus lowers his weapon, the rain falling from the corners of his eyes onto the earth. He does not look at the one who invited him to this clandestine meeting, instead gazing upwards at the colossal statues of so-called heroes. Statues raised to commemorate the founding of the nomadic city of Kasdal by a pair of twins. Even after 100 years, his stone self still stands, sword drawn, by her side, despite the best efforts of catastrophe and storm. Not long after she had crushed the rebellion that sought to destroy the new city, the joyful people of Kasdal invited us to witness the unveiling of these two statues. Ancient Sarkaz language, heroes. They were to watch over the border we had marked with our own two hands for generations to come. Warning our foes, welcoming our friends.
I once swore an oath to her below her statue. My sword would behead all who stand against her.
The doctor stares at the statue of Teresis, gaze unbreaking. Does the military commission not stand against her?
No, there is no part of Kasdal that has truly risen up against her. Her foe is me, and me alone. And what of you?
Teresis looks at the figure before him, rainwater gathering at the hem of a long hooded coat, rhythmically dripping onto the ground. The shallow puddles below ripple as falling drops strike them.
You ought to remember that most Sarkaz who once lived here have long since died, lost to history. There are only a handful left who know how to find this place. You came here on foot. How far have you walked?
Very far.
You have broken the witchcraft cipher created by Manfred's team that he's so proud of.
I did that a long time ago. I just never told anybody. Even Teresa believes that I only began my work recently, meaning I'm in possession of nearly all the military commission's battle plans. So I created this opportunity to meet you, alone.
You are confident that I would not kill the strategist who poses the greatest threat?
I am confident that what I'm about to offer is worth enough that you wouldn't. Technology that can control Originium. How far can you go under so much pressure from Victoria? How do you plan to completely change the Sarkaz and even this entire land? I can give you the answer you need.
You are a boastful one. So, what is it you wish me to do, evil spirit?
Destroy Babel. Scatter her followers, let Teresa in on your plans. Unify the Sarkaz under a Kasdal ruled by the military commission. The doctor has imagined the emotions that speaking those words would incite many times over. Destroy Babel. Only a sense of relief came over the doctor. The doctor stares at the statue of Teresa, unmoving without the slightest hint of emotion.
She and I have never relied on the charity of our enemies in the course of leading Kasdal to where it stands today. It is true that this war will only end with the decisive defeat of one of us, but you should not be the one to propose it. Proceed. Tell me why you would make this request, evil spirit of an age long gone.
You already know. There are no surprises here. Considering the near 200 years you and Teresa spent working together, you should be able to guess. I seek the expansion of Originium. Babel's struggles will only prolong the dying gasps of this land, Teresis. No matter if you resist it or accept it, Originium will take on myriad forms, drawing all of civilization into her embrace. Have you ever looked up at the sky? Beyond that sky, far beyond the twin moons, there is a place that we would once return to, where we would sleep peacefully. But I am the only one left, here speaking with you. In the course of the Sarkaz's eternal search for the remains of dead gods to fend off your enemies, have you ever wondered, why did those gods die? The rain intensifies. The doctor draws tight the trademark hood and stands below the towering statues. The shadows of the statues envelop the doctor, making this figure seem even more insignificant. Teresa suddenly feels that the one standing before him in the rain is even harder to read than before. The burden I bear is greater than the future of the Sarkaz. If I must destroy some things to create a ladder I hope for, I will do it. It's all I can do. I've already hesitated for far too long.
Destroy some things to create a ladder. You speak lightly of sacrifice.
Nothing light here, Teresa's. Believe me when I say you couldn't even conceive of what I've been through. And where do I see your sincerity for our cooperation? Is the shard not enough for you? Otherwise, even with the help of the Confessari, It is not. It is far from enough, evil spirit. It is only enough to spare your life. Only enough to stop me, leader of the military commission, from killing a fated foe here and now. I was wondering, he said... The doctor said... I'd give you technology that can control Originium. And I was like, it's either the shard, because the shard controls catastrophes, or maybe it's the Black Crown. Seems like he's the one. Seems like the doctor told Teresa's about what the shard is. Which is also interesting. What is the shard, actually? We've not really talked about what is the shard. It controls catastrophes, but which means it controls Originium. Is it the command center? I require an even more direct means to advance this war to the next stage. If you wish for the Babel members to be spared, then so be it. The military commission promises you that as long as Babel concedes defeat and departs Kazdal, we will not exterminate those who desert or surrender. But you know what you must do in return. No, you can't. Who would have thought that the evil spirit who so roused the interests of the Noxahir king would be such a coward? So he was willing to destroy Babel, but we weren't the ones who were like, you gotta go kill her. That was Teresa's. You can't let both Teresa live and allow the Babel members to leave safely. It's a total contradiction. Only with the destruction of Babel and the complete eradication of its members can Teresa leave for Londinium with me. Otherwise, it would merely be a case of the military commission quashing and dispersing yet another group of civilians, migrants, and pacifists. Even without my order, such things will happen naturally. Perhaps you believe that Teresa would be willing to step back and watch it before her eyes. She will not, and so she will resist. You know what I ask of you. If you truly wish to save the many who stand by your side, make them willingly admit defeat and surrender to me. Then slay their king. And then I will allow Babel to leave. As it collapses, it will no longer be considered a Sarkaz endeavor, and it will grow weak, drifting to the edges of civilization. Destroy something creates a ladder, Eleazar. You're right. There is nothing light about this. In your opinion, what is the meaning behind this civil war? What meaning would her death hold? Reclaiming our lands, rebuilding our homes, ending discrimination, revitalizing our race.
you will have heard these platitudes many times. They are too complex and yet too simple. Merely a small and pitiful species trying to grasp their fate. I see. In that case, I will tip the scales of destiny. Destroy Babel, divide them, weaken them, allow them to return to their former lives so that they can know a moment of peace in the final century. That way, we don't have to kill Teresa, or at the very least, we can minimize the loss of life. Fretting over violence serves only to stifle you. You understand the sarcasm better than most, but perhaps still not well enough. I have a question myself, Doctor. Evil spirit of a bygone age, you who call yourself a giant, a god, a supreme creator, one who can dictate the fate of the sarcasm. Are you the only one of your kind? I am. That is good to know. He lied, or perhaps doesn't know. Go now without guilt, and do what you have decided to do. If you worry that there will be no one to tear you down from your lofty heights, or judge your sins, don't. I will do it, evil spirit. Until there are none left to toy with our fate. The doctor listens to the splashing of the pedals behind, the sound of footsteps fading into the distance. Teresis is gone, wishing to stay not a moment longer. Pale sunlight begins to seep through the gaps between the statues. The doctor cannot feel the slightest bit of warmth from it. The heroes continue to gaze into the distance. They do not look beneath their feet. There stands a figure who does not leave for a long, long time. Sick, what a sick scene. Yeah, no, that's all fair. It's all fair. That Cows that hates our
Live up
guts.
to duty.
A lot of burden beasts. It's nice to finally have. We always knew it. We always knew it, but it's nice to finally see it. To see the rationale behind it. Yeah, we didn't talk to Cal.
A new challenge.
Don't let them out of sight, even if your eyes are hurting.
A solo. To you.
I got this. Focus elsewhere.
Feels fresh every time. Feel like a shooting star. That's what they say.
No one knows you stepped into my domain.
Does that guy have a guitar? I didn't see what it said. I was too distracted by the guitar. Excuse me.
Please.
Could you not?
What would you like to hear?
How big is its range? It's also hitting... Wait, it's hitting... It's... How... Wait, it's hitting Flametail, too.
I'm prepared to fight. Any instructions for me?
What is happening?
I'm prepared.
Does damage to everyone attached to the chain. Ah, he cast heat metal. Ah, damn. It's a good smell.
No one follow me into the shadows.
Feels fresh every. Come on! Let's pick up the pace!
Why are all these sarcasms this event so goofy? Wandering Artificers, whose attacks deal arts damage, starts with low altitude hovering and has reduced attack range when losing low altitude hovering status. Ah.
Any instruction feels bad to leave your target, doesn't it? Feels fresh every. Ah, losing sight.
We're just gonna hope that Flametail dodges the rest of the map, and we're not gonna heal her.
Yeah. All right.
Interesting that the chain works even if both people are on the grates. I thought you had to have at least one person not on the grate, but guess not.
Feels fresh every. Come on, let's pick up the pace. Where do you wish
Ah. The fire mechanic is cool for the chains. That's really cool, actually.
Any instruction tail like a shooting star. That's what they say. Mission accomplished.
You know who I hope is the boss? We'll see. The units accompanying wouldn't really make sense, but we'll see. Early 1094. I hope the doctor's the boss. Oh, okay. I was gonna say I hope Teresa's the boss and we have to kill her by ourselves. Early 1094. Just to really hammer it in, you know. The nomadic city of Kazdal. Kazdal. Please wait, General. You are too impatient. But General, the Duke's envoy was almost ready to spit on... Did we get what we wanted? We got partial usage rights for the industrial area and right across the border. But it didn't have to be so humiliating. The Victorian Dukes have you at their beck and call, treating us Sarkaz like tamed beasts. This is not how our soldiers redeployed from the Civil War were promised, General. Is this not what we desired? Perhaps you should
you would prefer the Victorians treat the Sarkaz as their greatest enemy from the beginning, banding together to face us. I understand. I know it's necessary for our enemies to think us weak, but many within our ranks feel this is terribly dishonorable. I don't know why, but I just remembered where we saw Julie. I don't know why this brought it up, but Julie was swearing fealty to Teresa's in Londinium at the beginning of the event. That's right, that's where we saw her. I don't know why that just popped in my head, but... Did I promise them honor? Do the Sarkaz have honor in the eyes of the Victorians? You have been far too impetuous lately, Manfred. Dignity is of high import. You fight for the rights of your men, and thus do people respect you? Were these ordinary times, perhaps I too would commend you. But do you remember what we are here to do? We are preparing to steal the heart of a nation, to bring the greatest empire on this great land to its knees. Their prejudices have left them weak, and the Sarkaz are in hunger. Is Victoria actually the greatest empire, though? What we truly need is neither honor nor respect. I understand. Are our men prepared? Ready to depart at a moment's notice? Our people sent in advance to Londinium will support us. The final deadline for our arrival, as dictated by the Duke of Cavendish's request, is fast approaching. We can set out at any time. Good. Then we march to destroy Victoria. Have you been on duty this entire time? Yes, sir. Stand down for now. I wish to be alone for a while. Of course, sir. Once the guards leave, Manfred takes out a wine glass he had placed to the side. Care for a drink? You never drank before. I still don't. But the General has ordered me to learn Victorian etiquette, all preparation for our upcoming duty. I have learned rather recently that every meal those nobles pair, every meal, with multiple kinds of wine, each requiring its own unique glass. Remember when we were young, and the General led us to an ancient battlefield for swordplay? The night was cold, and only after the General made some soup did we realize we had nothing to hold it in. Thankfully, the battlefield was nothing short of spent shells, and you used those to fashion 4 cups. You, me, the General, and Her Highness, carrying cups made of shell casings while sitting in front of the fire. I remember. It was a peaceful night. Just like this one. The frigid moonlight of late winter falls through the window. Manfred rests his hand upon his sword hilt that was equally as cold. The air is still, and the two of them can hear the other's heartbeat. You're going to Londinium tomorrow. I know you wish to see the General. And you couldn't, otherwise you wouldn't have come to see me. I gave up. I found that when I caught a glimpse of him from a distance, the first thought that came to my mind was that I should kill him then and there.
then you should applaud yourself for maintaining some reason. Or maybe you should have killed them. Or maybe you should have done that, actually. Would have saved us a lot of trouble. And you decided to come to me. Let's kill Manfred. Manfred's got some good plot armor, I'll give him that.
I've heard you've improved your swordsmanship. Why don't we see for ourselves?
I've never been able to best you.
Don't beg for mercy before you've ever even fallen.
There was one time we fought in Her Highness's study. We knocked down an entire bookshelf, and the general took our weapons away and made us tidy up the room within 30 minutes. I knew that you did it on purpose, wanting attention from their highnesses.
Is that so?
Ascalon hides herself away in the shadows in the blink of an eye. Another blink, and Manfred feels a chill running down or across the side of his neck. He didn't have the time to draw his sword and fight back. He didn't even have the time to think about fighting back. Perhaps he was too tired.
If I cut your neck here, at least there'll be no need for you to die in Londinium. I can just throw your corpse into the furnace. It would spare many from dying on a distant battlefield in a foreign land.
If you've made your decision, then kill me here. It'll be your final chance.
You've made yours, I see.
The general says you lack conviction, but I don't think he's entirely correct.
You shouldn't speak so much when someone has your life in her hands.
It is only recently that I've realized I'm not as resolute as you. We've been brought to where we are by the invisible tides of fate. Ever since the day this war started, there is no going back for us.
And do your best to survive. I won't hold back next time.
Damn, she's cool. The silent assassin stows her blade up her sleeve and slowly steps back into the shadows. Neither will I. If only this was our last meeting. Rhodes Island of Babel, Kasdal. A cold wind scatters the thick clouds of late winter, allowing sunlight to peek through the gaps and spread out across the bridge of the ship. Down the stairs, Ascalon stands unmoving by a guardrail. She shuts her eyes tight, enjoying the fleeting warmth of the sunshine. Above the stairs, there is a clear rustling of cloth dragging against the ground. A shadow flit across the assassin's face, blocking out the rays of sunlight.
Sorry, Ascalon. Did I disturb your rest? I thought I wouldn't make any sound if I took off my shoes.
No, you're welcome at any time. Ground's cold. You should put your shoes back on, Your Highness.
Nothing you wish to tell me, Ascalon?
You mean?
The reason you returned to Kasdal.
It was my own decision. I thought you wouldn't agree, and I didn't know how to bring it up with Your Highness.
Why would I not agree, Ascalon? Since it was your decision, I would trust your judgment. Did you manage to see them?
Manfred and Theresis are both well.
I can believe that. They're strong men. We should finish our preparations soon as well. The operation to retake Kasdal isn't too far off now. Why does your brow seem even more furrowed than before? Our recent combat plans have been radical, and they've won us some battles too. Still, I've been feeling uneasy. Babel has changed a lot, especially. Yes. The doctor's changed a lot too. Becoming more efficient, more clinical. It's like the doctor knows a machine, or the doctor's now a machine that can never make mistakes. That's just what a commander should be, no? Why would that make you worry? We've got an incredible commander now, sure. I think I trust the weirdo who kept falling off a burden beast more. Fair. Is now really the best time to attack Kasdal, Your Highness? Your intuition has always been on the mark. You've had your worries too. Do you remember? We faced countless insurmountable odds over the years, but we've overcome them all. I believe that we can go through what comes next as well. We've always been in danger, yes. Babel carries the hope of many Ascalon. Faith has gotten us this far, and we cannot stop now. We have always been at a disadvantage against the military commission. Now most of their force has redeployed to Londonium. It is a one-of-a-kind opportunity. We have no choice. I will be at your side, keeping you safe. No, Ascalon. In the future, you must go further afield to protect others. Relax for now and bask in the sunlight for a moment. Your Highness. Oh, right. Remember to not always rest on your feet. If you're tired, you should go and enjoy a nice nap in your room. I'll remember. The sunlight shines upon Ascalon's face once more. It is bright and warm, but the moment the shadow faded away, she suddenly felt some peculiar emotion flooding through her chest. At the time, she was unable to describe what it was. It dawned on her many years later, on another sunny day. It was an unwillingness to part ways. Meanwhile, in Londinium, Victoria, mercenaries! Message from His Grace the Duke. Storming Londinium like this was all well done. Assemble in Central in an hour. You'll be reviewed there, when you've received your bounty. Hey, did you get all that? Yes, your orders have been received. Do let the Duke know on my behalf that we will be there on time. The Sarkaz thank him for his generosity. Huh. Uppity devils, It could well be a rare fine day in Londinium, if it were not for the gun smoke filling the air. From atop the towering city walls, one can see the entire lay of this ancient city. The general in his blood-stained uniform says not a word, his gaze fixed on the great edifice in the center of the city. In the skies above Londinium, a dark cloud floats by.
I see you managed to complete a mission without causing any unnecessary pain to the quarry. Not bad. Icke dåligt. Sip a hot drink and get some rest.
The level positions have been really crazy in this one. Or it's a heartbeat. Hey, it kind of looks like a heartbeat, huh? That's a nice little touch. That's a nice little touch. Rogue mercenary base. Agitated rhythms and intense rumbling form the melody of the nomadic city of Kazdal. The members of this metal band have transformed their weapons into musical instruments, blending their dual roles as mercenaries and musicians. Sarkaz artificers obsessed with building a flying machine. Yeah, that's all the same. The patches on the balloon meant not just the vehicle, but the heart of the dreamer as well. If the final countdown. If this is your choice, a center position. Interesting. Spring 1094. Rhodes Island of Babel, Kazdal. I knew you'd come, Ascalon. I'm the only one left. Indeed. After a few years here, you're the only one left out of everyone I knew. This upcoming mission of yours. In Londinium, you knew that already. To tell you the truth, I'm a little bit bothered by this. This isn't my first time going undercover, but it's the first time for me to step outside of Kazdal. I've heard you used to travel around for months. Is she actually just undercover? Is she not? Did she not actually switch sides? It's not the same as going to Victoria, though. You're going to be a sleeper agent in Teresa's mercenary army. When the time is right, you'll be provoking an armed rebellion. When's that time gonna happen? Will killing Teresa's really solve our problems? No. The military commission is no longer reliant on any one strongman. This is exactly what Teresa's wants. The best way for you to accomplish your mission is to cause a disturbance at the right time. You'll sow doubts among the Victorian dukes, and they can do the dirty work for you. Londinium is the heart of Victoria. They've got nowhere to run. The city will witness the downfall of the entire military commission. And then you guys will beat up the whole Noxahair court and take back Kazdal, right? Still, Julie, you should... Oh, don't be like that. I've been undercover before. It's just, you know, having to fool both Teresa's and the Victorians at the same time. I've barely met any feline who could do that. I've even been practicing my Victorian just for this. That's not what I meant. Never mind, here, for you. What's this, my old clothes? My name's been sewn into the lining. Did Her Highness do this? Her Highness wanted to give this to you in person, but I don't want you two to meet at this moment. I would rather she not have to suffer too much. You know what I mean. You know what everyone involved in this plan is considered sacrificed already. Her Highness knows this. She wanted to say goodbye to all of you in person, but that would only make it harder for her to sleep at night. So I lied to her. I told her you all left earlier than planned. I'm sorry, Julie. You might have wanted to meet Her Highness too. Julie does not reply. She strokes the name sewn into her clothes with linen, feeling its rough texture in silence. Julie. She remembers how Her Highness would teach them lessons. She is more used to killing people than learning things in a classroom. Although she would doze off as she didn't understand a thing, she knew in her heart that everything Her Highness said was right. That's why she has never raised a question in class. Who would want to see Her Highness one last time? But I don't mind if it's you who gives me that. I've learned a lot from you in these past few years, too. You're not thinking you might be more qualified for this mission than I am, are you? No, I'm not. Then there are some people who actually mentioned you as a... or there were some people who actually mentioned you at the meeting earlier, but we all agreed that it's best if you stay in Castle with Her Highness. As for me, I've been on my own. So I was the first to suggest you could go and join Scout's team. I remember you have already applied for it. That was just because I wanted to learn everything I could from the hero. Also that I could beat you one more time. We fight more or less the same way. It's kind of a bummer we're leaving without having sparred enough with you. I really wouldn't be telling you all of this if it wasn't for the fact that I'm about to head off already. Do you have anything else you'd like to say? Nope. I never expected my first time leaving home would also be my last. I also never expected the person sending me off would be the unsmiling, silent-head assassin, who's always standing by the king's side. Answer me honestly, Ascalon. What's it like out there in the lands beyond Casdal? Ascalon does not answer. It seems that Julie did not expect to receive one in the first place. Julie simply gets up and leaves at a languid pace, as though she was just heading off to get a bottle of top-notch wine. Ascalon watches as she walks off into the distance. She suddenly feels like there is something unfamiliar about Julie, the same feeling as if she was unable to recognize her own reflection in the mirror. I wonder if the plan, all this was planned out 8 years ago. So I'm guessing Teresa and Teresa's death put a stop to that for a little bit, and then also then there's the whole reunion issue, so delayed things. But also Babylon technically shut down and then came back. But they all planned for this 8 years ago. Of course, the mercenary army we saw at the beginning, I also now remember, was the one sent to go fight the Steam Knights. So they were not able to lead the rebellion. Three months later, village on the outskirts of Londinium, Victoria. Come out already, there's no use hiding. We received the info while in the city that there's a squad heading off to Casdal. That must be you lot, right? We've blocked off all the roads out of this village, and don't even think about passing through me here. Got you. Look at your wounds and all. I doubt you could beat a civilian in a state like this. She shakes her sword with disdain, flicking off the blood on it. Or maybe you're waiting for your buddies to come help you out. Mysterious assassin. The others are dead? As a doornail. All your friends are dead, so why does it feel like you're breathing a sigh of relief? Death is but a mercy, my friend. Who the hell are you guys? That does not matter. No. Your blade struck true. She hears the assassin break out in a laughter under her blade. Only once he has finally stopped breathing does she peel off his mask. Julie freezes. She thinks hard for a long while before finally realizing the identity of the sarcasm based on the marred birthmark in the corner of his eye. His portrait had been circulated around the Scar Market's book of bounties before. He had many aliases, but nobody knew what his real name was. He has been active for far too long or long enough that to become a subject of boasts and quips from drunken mercenaries. But the two horns that marked his bloodline and identity have been cut clean off, leaving eternal scars on his head. Those other masked nutjobs willing to die for their cause, did they also like chopping off their horns? Did you need to go this far to muster enough courage to assassinate Her Highness? Was it because you had to bear steel against the King of Sarkaz, one of the 6 heroes? Whatever. I can tell just by looking at you that you've dealt with Her Highness Teresa before. Well, don't worry. I'll burn away your face. Sure, it'll be turned into some real stinky charcoal, but it beats being remembered as a sinner. You guys can't go back to Kazdal, and this is the only thing I can do to help you. To be honest, I don't think you and I are all that different. I can't go back to Kazdal either. Julie and her companions pile up the assassins' corpses, get the grisly pyramid alight, then set off in the direction of Londinium. The blaze behind them crackles. A thought suddenly pops up in Julie's mind. The furnace in Kazdal doesn't sound like this. What was it like? She had heard it all the time when she was little. Can't remember any of it. Calcit. Our elites have been deployed to all key strategic points. Good, listen up. There is a clear power gap between us and the military commission. Laying siege to Kazdal would have been an impossible operation. But thanks to the Duke of Cavendish's ultimatum, Teresis has marched to Londinium earlier than planned. Kazdal now has only some of the Royal Court's factions aligned with the military commission to oversee it. He has almost abandoned the city. This has no doubt left both civilians and the remaining soldiers in disarray. Once the banner of the military commission falls, Her Highness Teresa will proclaim that they have abandoned Kazdal and in turn proclaim the liberation of Kazdal by Babylon. This battle line will be formed by multiple points rather than an entire front. We must strike swiftly and precisely. Due to the disparity in military strength, almost every single one of our armed personnel who still heeds the command of Babel has been assigned to taking the city. Thus, the landship's defenses will be relatively weak. Her Highness Teresa will remain on the landship to balance the situation. We will retain a suitable force to guard the ship too, under my personal command. Once the city gates of Kazdal have been broken open, the path to the Soul Furnace has been made safe, Her Highness will meet with the main army at all speed. We have 6 hours to storm the city, else the military commission will have opportunity to organize a powerful counterattack. If that time comes, our weaker Babel forces will be exposed to danger. By the light of the setting sun, Babel will capture the furnace and the royal court's chamber, and the banner of Babel will rise with the moons. And when that time comes, a ceasefire will resound across all Kazdal. I have faith that we will all succeed. Here.
Wonderful organization, Doctor.
Just some big talk meant to boost morale. I'm sure Calcit and our experienced fighters can see right through it. Babel is going to take heavy losses.
It's not quite Teresa's style, allowing so many flaws to go exposed. But I trust you, Doctor. I believe that with this price we must pay, we can take back Kazdal. Teresis is going to fight for the power he most craves in Londinium. If our assumptions are correct, once he tear apart the Empire, he will set his sights back on the city.
Is there no room for 2 Kazdals on this great land?
Perhaps there is, but if we were to split our combined strength in 2, then we would be not able to resist the next invasion. of our enemies. Moreover, while the city can always be rebuilt, what the Sarkaz have been truly failed to do for millennia is to unify. Even the military commission failed to gather all the surviving factions of the royal court. Are you wondering if things would be different if it was Teresa's who wore the crown?
No, they wouldn't. The Sarkaz who'd come rushing into the city, escaping from wars and trying to feed themselves, would still band together and fight their king. To band together. Such a simple and yet unimaginable way to put it.
Indeed. According to Cowsit's rough calculations, the population of Sarkaz currently living in Kazdal only constitutes 30 to 40% of all Sarkaz across Terra. A unification under the banner of hate would be effective yet short-lived. A unification under peace allows us to discuss development and our future. It is not that Teresa's or the Sarkaz does not understand all of this, it's just that the war broke out anyway. Even if we take Kazdal back, Doctor, perhaps this war will still go on. But maybe it will do for now. After our victory, I'd like you to take another look around the city. It is my home, and a home of many Babel members. It is also Cowsit's home. You have fought for Babel for so long, yet you have never set foot in the homeland of our memories. I haven't been a very good host in this deal of ours, have I, Doctor? See how the soul furnace brings light and heat to Kazdal, this city built on our pain, and you might see why we are so greedy in our desire for a peaceful tomorrow.
I will. Outskirts of an abandoned town, Kazdal.
How are things in town, Oda?
We're still pursuing the What was his voice? We're still pursuing the remaining mercenaries. They have pretty much all holed up inside some abandoned buildings. I'm afraid it'll take a while to root them all out.
Don't be reckless. Pay attention to the time and don't forget what the doctor said. Our objective is to clear the flanks, then regroup on the battlefield, ASAP.
I know. It's not for the doctor's contingency plan. We most likely would have been gotten by that ambush of theirs. But something strange in this. It's clear that this town's right in the path of catastrophe, so why would this gang of mercs risk ambushing us here?
I'm still investigating that myself.
We just need to find their leader then. Ascalon, although I can't guarantee that I'll have all the answers we need.
I know. Stay safe.
A catastrophe. Its brutal winds batter Ascalon. Faint blasts from the horizon distract her, as though they are reminding her. We are destined to walk along this path.
It's you.
Here it is.
Long time no see. You've grown, Ascalon. You really have toughened yourself up on the battlefield over the last 2 years.
I assumed you would have joined that man huddling behind Londinium's walls like a coward.
Me? Follow the Regent? Ha ha ha. I'm afraid you've got that wrong, Ascalon. Mercenaries never follow anyone. All we care about is profit. Here in Kazdal, the only thing that helps you earn that profit is violence. Lucky for us that we have the knack of sniffing it out. Naturally, I'm happy to help everyone see what prospects might show up on this list of jobs in a suitable manner. After all, the Scar market never makes wrong investment decisions.
Ascalon's sleeve blade stabs at the giant's back, only to find his hand blocking the attack. It seems that his hand had been there all along, and no movement is detected. If you thought that you could stop us yourself, then I'm afraid that he's living in a fantasy.
Wrong again, Ascalon. The mercenaries are here because of the Regent's commission, yes, and it's none of my business. But have you ever wondered why I'm here? I'm here to see you, Ascalon. A completely unrelated matter.
Huh? Bzz. Ascalon, the town! Bzz. Another ambush! Oda? Oda!
I didn't say you could leave, Ascalon. The moment those people stepped into that town, their fates were sealed. You can't save them. Do you still remember the first time we met? We're already at the confluence of fate. Here, I see a rather abrupt ending. I've always wondered, could I change that ending? Perhaps I could dredge up a stone from the rough rapids of destiny and place it wherever I want to see what ripples would arise that should not exist in the first place. Could the Cyclopses control prophecy?
Get lost, or die.
I already told you, there's no need to try for any surprise attacks. I can see them coming.
Teresa's has taught me many things, but there is only one thing I can remember clear as crystal. The blade in my hand can solve most of my problems. Scar Eye, can you see nothingness? He talks too much. A thick mist mingled with dust spreads across the area. Everything is indistinct. The assassin's figure gradually becomes a blur in the fog.
Doesn't matter if it's fate or prophecy.
Oh wait, that's Ascalon. Doesn't matter if it's fate or prophecy. I've had enough of your tricks. You believe you can see beyond time. You believe you can rely on fate to guide you and your prophet. But you're nothing more than an addict playing at fortune-telling in the end. Scar Eye. Ascalon's voice fades away. The giant's ears only hear the wind. The giant's eyes only see the mist. Strange, even though he can see 100 different ways of his own death. Whenever he wakes up now, he sees none. Crack. His mask shatters. His eyes had been hidden beneath that mask for nearly a century. He doesn't need them to see reality. Too many people, too many things, all unsavory of his sight, or unworthy of his sight. And so as the evening light rushes into the cracks of his mask, seeping into his excited, dilated pupils, do you see your death now? No, he sees a precipice. The rapid waters of the confluence of fate are flowing over it.
Before we continue this fight, Ascalon, allow me to give you a prophecy free of charge. A story.
Was the boss Scar Eye? That would make sense. These are his mercenaries. But not as cool as if the game forced us to murder Teresa by our own hands.
Live up to duty.
Death Veil Assassin. There's 10 levels. I thought we were finishing. One time they don't do the standard 8, huh? Okay. Death Veil Assassin. Sarkaz assassins with invisibility and high physical and arts dodge, but bad against stabilizer chains. Can pass through blocking units at low HP. I should have brought invisibility person, huh? Okay, that's fine.
new challenge. Easy peasy. Any instruction feels bad to lose your target.
That's a place
doesn't
they
it?
could go, huh?
An improv from us.
Shame she can't see them. Yeah, how am I gonna fight those guys, I wonder?
Feels fresh. It feels bad to lose your target,
Ow,
doesn't it?
what the heck?
My bad lad. You ran into me.
Oh, they're tough. That guy just ran right in the center.
Feel like a shooting star. That's what they say.
I got this. Focus
All
elsewhere.
right. All right. All right. That's fine.
Everyone retreat. Let me hold the rear. Don't worry. I'm an expert in escaping
I'll be
the
late tomorrow. Oh
pursuits.
no. Yeah, I stayed longer because I thought we were finishing it right now, but I guess not. Let's get our girl in S.
Getting this crew together wasn't
Some
easy.
invisibility.
You better make them count.
Vision.
What blocks the way, I will burn through. Okay, serious face. Any feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
No one can see me. I'm listening.
Feels fresh. Come on, let's pick up the pace.
No one knows my name. No one knows you've stepped into my domain.
Oh my gosh, those guys are. There's so many of them. Oh my gosh. Okay, well. Also, Iness's thing didn't reveal the invisibility as far as I thought it would.
The pain of burning, I can bear much more of. Just don't let anyone else disappear to the flames again. What blocks the way, I will burn through. Spring breeze, time.
We use the real shoe, I guess. Maybe.
I got this. Focus elsewhere. I'm listening.
Feels fresh. Feels bad to lose your target,
doesn't it?
A solo to you.
They only remember my follow me into the shadows.
Any instructions sail like a shooting star. That's what they say.
I wasn't supposed to sow the mountains when summer leaves the white dew. Seed the flames
There
when
we go.
equinox paints russet hue.
Good timing. What you need of nature should not be disturbed.
But this will keep you quiet.
No one knows. Follow me into the shadows.
Your minds are mine to protect.
Oh my gosh. Stop it.
Picked out your bait yet?
Just gotta restart again.
Fortune and misfortune are two sides of the same coin. What you have sown is not necessarily wicked, so why lose heart?
Live up to duty. Can your eyes keep up?
No, actually, no, I can't. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, I
Any
guess. That's
instructions
fine.
for
I don't
me?
know.
Feels fresh. It feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
Spring breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain.
Picked out your bait yet?
Did things a little backwards, but it's okay.
No one can see me.
Any instructions? Feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
A solo to you.
Okay, serious face.
They only remain behind you.
What would you feel your own self? Sow the mountains when summer leaves the white dew. Seed the plains when equinox paints russet hue.
Any instructions for me? Feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
No one knows my name.
Hiya. Oh, wishes. I beg you, coalesce.
Okay, that works. That's working for now. I guess the assassin died like in the staircase. Okay, fair enough. Easy clap. It wasn't that easy. Someplace in the wilderness, Kazdal.
Prophecy? As if this could be called prophecy. Ascalon did not kill me.
He lived?
What has been spoken still requires discernment. But what has been discerned can still be altered. The essence of prophetic arts is merely conjecture and calculation. No wonder there is no destiny that can be defied. The Cyclops court is nothing more than a big sick joke. Yeah, that hurts. I didn't die under Ascalon's blade. This isn't what I prophesized. Then maybe she's the one who should have died. She's bound to come confirm that I'm dead. When that happens, you lot can nail down her shadow and rip her to shreds. She's too wounded too. I didn't get all beaten up for nothing after all. What are you guys doing? You're aiming at me, really? Who bought you off? Nobody, boss. It's just a good opportunity to get a promotion. An opportunity? I see. Babel's entered the city, and you could take my head to curry favor with them. If Babel loses, you can always go back to the Scar Market, nothing to lose.
Scar Eye silently looked at the soldiers as he set up for the ambush himself. The wind sweeps past, carrying the faint scent of his blood.
Yeah. It's a good plan, fellas.
Fate did not kill him. He made it. He had reversed the prophecy, and then he died atop a stage of his own making. Nope, he's dead now. Londinium, Victoria. The huge palace complex situated in the center of Londinium is always too quiet. Tiresias disdains the apathetic nobles who live within. He only respects those who put their lives on the line to fight a way out and come up to him, even if the swords that they raise are pointed at Tiresias himself. Showing your mercy to your enemy will only result in your own death, Manfred. Do not repeat that mistake again. Forgive me, General, I thought. Focus on the enemy. It seems these traitors have been sharpening their blades for their ambush for a while now. They have stirred the hearts of the Victorians. We are the only ones who can extinguish this rebellion now. Ancient Sarkaz language. By the time he murmurs his covert orders, a group of silent figures are already appearing on the chaotic battlefield, like a passing gale rattling the raindrops in a storm. Name Forsaken Sacrificer. Stand back. Ah, we'll handle these guys. Julie, you and the rest keep going. Got it. So the uprising actually happened immediately. I didn't think it was going to happen immediately. Which means she did swear fealty later on. And don't even think about getting close to the general. No need to rush. It'll be your turn soon. I am the general's guard captain, assassin. Then you're gonna want to hold your sword tight. An inconspicuous arc sweeps past Julie's eyes. A chill runs down her or through her spine, or down it. Her body stiffens. She thinks of the day that she saw Her Highness in the Scar Market. At the time, she did not even dare to raise her sword. Enough, Manfred. General! They have come to me in search of an honorable death, not mercy. They are using their lives to show me the future as they see it. You are in a race. She is facing countless threats in Kazdal, just as we are here. Such a race only ends with my life, or hers. I will give you a chance. Come, Deathmongers, kill me. Do not disappoint Teresa. Count down, 2 hours, 7 minutes, and 21 seconds. Countdown to what? Oh, logo screw up. Look at that. Shatter. The gates have fallen. They're about to come through. 1 hour, 33 minutes, and 48 seconds. Notify all operators in the city to disarm the patrolling troops. I've noticed the calls are like gray. I feel like that's a bug. They're usually not gray like this. And earlier, Oda like briefly flashed inside one of them. The defenses in the city are weak. It's pretty much just the military commission's defense forces. We'll strike at them before they can regroup. Move fast. Even if both sides are trying to prevent the battle from spreading into the city, this is still rather irregular. Send all our intelligence back to the doctor. All operating teams, quicken your pace and stay vigilant at all times. Take down the military commission's flag in the plaza, and turn our radio into all frequencies in the city. Countdown, 49 minutes and 59 seconds. Prepare for the landship's connection. We want to let Her Highness and the others enter the region that we control ASAP. Also contact Ascalon's team and tell them to rendezvous quickly. 3 teams have already completed their deployments ahead of schedule. Where to next, Dr. Coutsett? The former site of Babel. Babel's flag has not been raised there for many years. Coutsett walks along the street. She's still familiar with the route to Babel's office. The Sarkaz on the street quickly move about, climbing as high as they can on the surrounding buildings, gazing at the same ruins within the city. A flag that has not been seen in Kazdal for many years slowly rises. Babel has returned.
Mantra's latest report says we've managed to completely clear 5 main roads. If everything is going according to plan, Kazdal should have seen the fires of the Soul Furnace by now. Kazdal's defenses are all but crippled, Doctor. We can board the city now.
Good. But the military commission will not give up on Kazdal. If we want to complete control of the city, we still need a bit more time. By then, we might not be able to completely avert the destruction of Kazdal's center city.
Wait. I felt them.
What?
They are still here, but they have no intention of aiding anyone. It seems that some arrogant bystanders have joined our battle.
Teresa.
I also feel enemies, not ordinary ones. Their souls burn with killing intent, sorrow, misery, and determination.
The military commission's assassins. They intend to use the city as bait all along, so they can inflict heavy damage to Babel's headquarters. This is also within my calculations, but this time there is no way wagering our plan or planning our way out of this. We must defeat the can't speak anymore. We must defeat the assassins, then return to our city. I will go control the land ship's defense systems and mount a defense.
Go, Doctor. We need not bring another fight to the city, not as it bathes in the twilight afterglow.
"22 minutes and 48 seconds.
Closure. Have you made contact with the land ship?
Still no response. I'm still overriding the city's broadcast power settings and trying to expand its range, and maybe the land ship's comms have a temporary malfunction. I'm doing my best to bring it back online. Countdown, 12 minutes and 57 seconds. I sense something peculiar, Dr. Count said. My mother, she's prepared incantations for every person dear to her heart. When they pass, an elegy will play in our minds. I am still in good health at present, but... Howset suddenly feels her blood run cold. Even if Babel can capture Kazdal, it is bound to suffer grave losses. Teresis was right. They can't unite. The divisions of the Sarkaz will be the new norm. Even given a long time, the Sarkaz are unable to go from a weak community to a world leader. Most importantly, I pointed out another path to Teresis. His plans in Londinium will have a greater chance of success if the Sarkaz corrupt the land with Originium and destroy their enemies. Isn't this a good thing? Such a determined race is now our followers. They will become the first brilliant bloodstain of the curtain of Originium as it spreads. That's right. We have no need to destroy them. No need to kill her. I should use the Civilite Eterna. I should try and guide its hidden functions, and then I wouldn't need to. Searching Eternal Array. Administrator permissions found. Verified. Valid permissions. Welcome, Dr. Eleazar. Entering ship-wide defense system. Please confirm subsequent operations. Should I really let Babel continue their actions at this point? Am I really going to renounce the sacrifices of billions of our people in the distant past, renounce their flesh and blood, ballads and songs, renounce the spark they have waited for 10,000 years, renounce the Originium project, all for a race who doesn't even know what the barrier is? If, not for the sake of Terra, Originium has stopped, if Teresa truly succeeds, then what have we been waiting for during the 10,000 years? Teresa and the races of Terra, do they really not have even the slightest chance of success? They do not. How could I be so naive as to believe that they are disunited, narrow-minded, undeveloped, an accident of life, a fortunate survival, that's all. All lives have the right to believe in their own hopes. But we have no time left. It is right in front of us.
Doctor, can you hear me? That's strange. There are some peculiarities in the Doctor's emotions. Intense and shadowed. Doctor, what exactly?
Look. There is the fiery light from the torn-apart portal, like a smoldering gash across the sky. Only after centuries will it dissipate into nothingness. The stars are leaving from where we stand, like leaves trembling in the night. Yet that ship from Talos II still arrived at these rubble-strewn ruins. That is life. That is what we lost after our final day. That is the ancient ode to dispel any darkness. To this day, we still do not understand how life appeared in this vast sea of stars, but I think we should sing the praises of all that lives, and sing our own praises as well. Originium is our song, the melody we offer to those who come after. Melding with the evolution of civilization is arrogance. or meddling, but I have no other choice. Oracle? I have reneged on my promise. I have betrayed she who waited within time itself. It is because of the love I felt, love for life, love for existence, love is eternally pure. It leaves me unthinking. Counts it. Learn to love, learn to believe. You have to think. Go and learn. Go and face the rolling stones that fall down the hills, screaming as they go. But in the end, I believe that you can learn to love. It is eternally pure. It is the child of every breathing creature. It is our nature. Go, Calcit. Go see your surroundings. Then see what lies by the most distant of mountains. Go seek what forms existence takes. I must go back. She had once taught me everything, once explored everything with fervor, but she had changed. She will not give me much time to act on my own accord. May we meet again next time. We will meet again, Calcit. I believe in them. Believe in you, Calcit. Calcit, I do not have much time left. Search for traces of life. Search for hope and a future. Calcit, go find your own answer. Find yourself. Are you sure you want to disable ship-wide defense system? Is the Oracle the doctor before being the doctor? Really thinking about it.
Doctor.
Restart. Boarding. ID verification. Selected. Confirmed. Restart. Ship-wide communication modules. Selected. Confirmed. Loading. Countdown has reached 0. The fluorescence of the control panel reflects off the doctor's mask. As the screen shuts down, the face beneath the mask is shrouded in darkness again. How would you describe those who would pay any price to defend their people? Some would call them heroes, some would call them legends. But such titles best take root in times of widespread war. As a short era of peace begins, in the space of a night, those living legends will all be relegated to the land of stories and tales. The children who hear such tales will ask, why have all the people who bear such grand titles disappeared? Because they chose to stay in the past. They had seen through their duty, and the new era they founded has no place for them. Legends are forgotten, heroes pass out of memory, and death arrives as it always does. None can escape it. Duty spurs a hero to write an answer with death, to tread a muddy road. That is our fate. 1086, the eve of Babel's departure from Kasdal. Perhaps after many years, those who were left behind and vanished after we built our home will join us in our causes. They will bear a name racked with infamy and settle this debate for us.
Perhaps.
The twins stand shoulder to shoulder. By means of the memories stored within the Black Crown, they walk along the battlefield of yesteryear, just as it was in the past. The two mixed-blood Sarkaz step off the king's collapsed chariot, walking toward the battlefield. Walking together toward the future. So this is where we part ways.
It is here. Here we joined hands to change Kasdal. We part.
Even though You have been their king for so many years. At times, you are as you were back then.
Back when we were still young, I would often prick my fingers as I was sewing, staining the robes I would sell. Do you remember?
Yes.
At the time, you were still a gloomy recruit, not allowed to wield a real sword, always dreaming of becoming a soldier of Kasdal one day. I, for my part, still did not understand why we had to hide wherever we went, but then came the day that the royal court took note of my work, and I got to meet Yalish. During that meeting, I summoned my courage to ask the King of Sarkaz, where does our future lie? He had no answer, only bidding me to leave. Only once I saw our defeated troops return to their homeland in ruins did I finally understand. The future I sought could not be found in other lands but here, in Kasdal.
Kasdal will only return to glory when one of us is gone. But the one who is destined to lose is you. Must you persist with this, Teresa?
There are many by my side who support me.
Most Sarkaz who have suffered oppression and humiliation chose rebellion and violence. No matter if those who remain wished or not, they will eventually be swept along by the tides and drawn into wars.
But our generation must do something. I do not wish for this hatred in my hand to pass on to the next, where it will continue to fester and grow anew. Even if I cannot change the future, the hope that will ignite the spark must be carried forward.
I too must take charge of those who follow me. The cries answering the war do not come solely from Kasdal. There is no place for us anywhere in this land. All I can do is give them a push. And so I will stay here. I choose to stay in the past, where the new generation of Sarkaz will one day look back, just like you.
Take a breather and tally up your losses. Nothing worth celebrating here. We might be dead in a second or two.
Sarkaz assassins who have abandoned their names and cut off their horns. Behind their pall is a burning fanaticism and a destined fate. Oh, they have dodge as well. My gosh. Invisibility and dodge? That's heinous. Good luck is the medal. Oh. Maybe you don't remember me, Doctor? I used to work for you a long time ago. Oda. That's my name. So Oda's a new guard type, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember what they do. Aren't they like, I think they're like AoE
Have you been doing well
or
lately,
something?
Doctor?
Yeah, they're AoE. Yeah. Earthshaker deals 50% attack as AoE physical damage to enemies around the target. So an area around them instead of just attacking the people in front of them. Deals 9% attack after this unit deals physical damage 45 times. Interesting. Attack plus 10%, defense plus 10, splash damage causes units within weight 3 or less to levitate. Oh, that's fun. Their first one Increases attack of the next attack 140%, and splash area is also increased. Interesting. So if the doctor was the oracle, I guess. Yeah, it seems to me that the priestess was already gone before 10,000 years ago, which I wasn't thinking about. I figured the priestess went in the sarcophagus too, but it seems like the priestess was already gone by that point. So then the oracle told the doctor told Kal'tsit to wait around for life to appear, and then, you know, find out, you know, make your own choice and whatnot. So they were cool back then too. They were cool. They really just fell down. They just really fell down a pit of despair and made a bad choice. But I wonder if I'm still not sure what the plan was actually supposed to go. Because a part of me feels like civilization wasn't supposed to be a thing. It was supposed to just make stuff ready for humans to wake up in, but then also it feels like it was supposed to be a thing, because why leave Amma around and stuff? But I definitely think unless she was just supposed to monitor things by herself for 10,000 years or more, and then life just happened to crop up from the Originium. But I do think if the information stored in Originium, it makes sense that information, there is some sort of level of genetic memory, which is why languages and countries are similar to Earth. Because there's like a level of genetic memory stored in from the Originium. I'm not sure if I'm missing it, or if there's a missing piece, or if I'm just not understanding what they're explaining fully in terms of that connection between what was supposed to happen and what is happening. There might just be a research colony. No, I think it was supposed to be the new home for humans after everything else got destroyed. It was supposed to created from Originium, which stores information, but then the priestess changed Originium ? To instead assimilate everything. But again, it just sounds weird, because like if there wasn't anything there in the first place, then what was it assimilating? I just don't fully understand what was supposed to happen. As it is now, though, the doctor, and I guess based on if the priestess changed things, Originium is supposed to assimilate everything, and that's supposed to create a internal like Originium universe. But wasn't originally. I don't know. Very cool though. I mean, it's very neat. It's I'm just glad we're seeing it all finally. Getting this stuff about the doctor. fact that there's more episodes, it's 2 more levels and like an epilogue and stuff, more lore. I'm here for it. We'll continue that tomorrow. So until then, thank you all for watching, and may the sands of time treat you well.